The earth is flat, living in illusion. The earth is flat, it's an illusion. The earth is flat, living in illusion. So I don't know what to do. The earth is flat, living in illusion. The earth is flat, living in illusion. The earth is flat, living in illusion. So I don't know what to do.
Right now, you have the voltage and we had a pretty large segment of it with the pushing and warning there. And so maybe it was the one that
The earth is flat, living in illusion. The earth is flat, take no solution. The earth is flat, feel no solution. So people don't know what to do. The earth is flat, living in illusion. The earth is flat, take no solution. The earth is flat, living in illusion. So people don't know what to do. Do it right. Living in illusion, the earth is flat. Get no solution, the earth is flat. Living in illusion, so people don't know what to do. The earth is flat. Living in illusion, the earth is flat. Get no solution, the earth is flat. Living in illusion, so people don't know what to do. The earth is flat. Living in illusion, the earth is flat. Take no solution, the earth is flat. Feel no solution, so people don't know what. Watch out, the earth is flat. Living an illusion, the earth is flat. Hello.
Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you, mate.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How's Brian?
Not too bad, pal. Not too bad. Is this the first live show back on since, is it?
Yeah, I was rendering a movie. It's about finished. Just got to upload it when it's done.
Jeez, I don't know where you get your energy from. Fucking hell. How many days did you do on the couch? 52, 53?
Day 60 today.
Day 60. Oh my God.
Still no proof.
Still no proof. Nobody has come on yet. Not one single person.
Rex. And he just called us names. Then we had Jem in the lobby yesterday. He just called us names.
And what background has Rex got? Is he an engineer or a fucking... What is he?
He's a thespian, darling.
A thespian?
An actor.
Fucking idiots, huh?
No fucking idiots. No fucking actors. Bores me.
Shower of cunts.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what, Poncho? I'm practically living the same life as you now. I don't watch the telly, don't read the newspaper, and I don't listen to the radio.
Yeah.
And do you know what? I'm missing out on fuck all.
Same here.
There's nothing anybody has told me that I felt interested in or I gave a shit about. You know?
I miss my friends. That's all I miss.
That's about it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Especially when you watch Russian vids, when you see his stuff about the news, it's just disgraceful, isn't it?
Yeah. But they believe everything they tell them, apparently. And that's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I was only been told about the news today by my parents and by everybody else, and I was like, do you know what? Fuck off. I said, I had to tell him today. I said, this St. Patrick's Day and all today. I had to tell him, look, I don't watch the fucking news and I'll listen to the radio. I don't want to hear it. And they weren't happy. They were like, what? You want to start getting back into the mainstream? They said, the mainstream.
Yeah, I keep getting told that. Get back into mainstream.
What the fuck? Oh, there's no way I could go back to that.
Never again.
Never again.
Never again.
So you actually heard that as well? Go back to mainstream?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh,
my mate's like,
terrible, isn't it?
My mate's like, sign on and get housing benefits and all that. I'm like, fuck off. It's a legal name. I don't fucking want out to do with
it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's tough. You got to know your shit, though, don't you? Like, it's not easy.
No, it's not easy.
No.
But I'm used to not having things easy, you know? That's the thing with being at the bottom. You learn to cope with shit. And then all of a sudden,
that's true.
All of a sudden, became a magician, and I didn't have to cope with anything anymore. It was doddle. Everything became easy when I became a magician, man. Just because of the money I earn. It's just.
Yeah, and it gives you more time, more free
loads of time off. That's how I got to this point. If I hadn't been a magician, if I'd been a barman or anything else, I don't think I'd ever got here.
Oh yeah. You're a lucky man. You're doing something you love, something you like, something you get a laugh out of as well. You know.
It's not really.
Not everybody has that opportunity.
Yeah, it's not a job. It's a vocation.
You're lucky, shite you. Yeah.
I know Russian don't smoke the herb. He was slagging us all off. No, it was slagging us all off.
I'm fucking rolling a nice old herb fucking yoke right now. I can't believe that. I think the reason why I'm saying I can't believe it, right? Like, I don't know whether you'd agree, but I think because I smoked blow for years, right? I've been smoking the green for a long time, and I think you get this way of viewing things. It's you get what would be the word? What alcoholics have when you stop drinking, a moment of clarity. You get this moment of clarity, I think, when you're smoking blow, and you just eventually realize that I don't have to fucking work. Nobody can tell me what to fucking do. And I think the governments realised that in the 40s. When was it legal? It was made illegal in 43, 45 or something. I think they knew that made people kick back and enjoy life and look at the working world as a piece of shit false reality that it is.
Yeah. And then they propagandized the weed.
Yes. Yeah.
They gave it a moniker it doesn't deserve.
I only seen the show. I seen a show today, right? And in 1940 fucking something, there was only black and white TVs, and it was a black and white show on, right? Oh, sorry, they had two black and white shows on, and they were comparing them. And one was for smoking cigarettes, right?
Yeah.
And the way they were promoting it was so fucking selfish, and they were using children in the ad and people's wives, everything, right? And what you call it? When it went on to the weed ad, right? There was an ad for why weed is bad for you, and there's a fella on the chair, right? And he's in black and white, and he's running his fingers through his hair, and he's fucking. Apparently, he's paranoid. He's getting delusions, right? And he just jumps on. He just jumps, right? I swear to God, in black and white, right? He just jumps on his wife. It's like a fucking Laurel and Hardy skit, right? Jumps on his wife, and starts beating her up and pulling her around the house, right? And he was saying, if you hope that'll happen to you, is what they're saying in 1945, and that was it. People just started believing it. I was like, fucking hell. Advertisements to show people going loopy. Oh, my God. It's the most criminalized medicine on the planet.
Yeah.
I believe God put that here for us to fucking smoke, and it's here for a reason. It cures anxiety, it cures depression, it cures inflammation, it actually works on asthma. fucking asthma. You'd be thinking, geez, if we inhale a lot of smoke, that's a bit counterproductive. But no, it opens up the bronchial tubes. It's been proven.
Yeah. If I fall asleep on you, sorry. I'll try.
No worries, pal. No worries.
Sleep very long this morning.
What are you up to today?
I've been up all day, but I only slept a few hours last night. I don't know why. Usually I get at least 8.
Yeah, I'm not much of a sleeper myself now, to be honest with you. I'd go to sleep, right, and I'll do 4 hours, and I'll go up. I'll have to get out of bed, right? But when I'm out of bed, about 5 minutes later, I'm ready to go back into bed, and I'll do another 2 hours, 3 hours. So I get up about 3 times a night, every night. That's why I love your show, because every time I get up now, mad odd hours, like, he's are still running, he's are still going. It's a good laugh, you know. I love it. Anybody else on live, is there? In chat or anything?
Ilvi was taking on Gem Panda one. He did Gem Panda even give him a run for his money.
I was on Hillbilly's live chat there fucking 2 days ago. And I got a shout off ADR saying he knows this girl who emailed him. He was Irish American, but she's living in Ireland now, and she wants me to meet Oprah because she heard me on Hillbilly show, so she wants me to meet Oprah, and she's gonna have a few other Irish flat earthers. I'm delighted. I'm gonna go into town and meet Oprah. If you're listening, Nora, hello. So her name is Nora anyway. Should be fun. This is gonna be the first flat earthers I've actually properly met, you know.
Oh, you'll start meeting more and more as this year goes on.
Hopefully. We're very scattered. There's not many of us whatsoever.
That's because there's not many smart people around.
No.
It's true.
You think? I think there's a lot of people out there, right, that just don't feel comfortable in their lives. You know what I mean? And they don't know why. You just can't pinpoint it. You know what I mean? They don't know what it is, but it's something just isn't right. You know? I always said as a kid, I said it to my parents as a kid, and I was laughed at. I was like, I never agreed to this 5 days on, 2 days off. You know what I mean? Work for fucking 5 days and then take 2 days off and then work again for somebody else. I was born into this fucking world. Surely you have the right to choose what the fuck you want to do. You know?
Well,
and you're living that life, you fucker. Yeah.
These people think they own the world, don't they?
Yeah. And that's a good point. They think they own the world.
They think they do, that's right. Until the people wake up.
Exactly.
And then all of these motherfuckers are going to jail. Simple as.
Do you think you'll ever see the day, or do you think your son even will ever see the day, or me or my son will ever see the day?
It's right round the corner. Are you kidding me?
Do you think?
Of course it is. As if you're not living in Revelations right now, Bri.
Everybody I come up to has a wall in front of them. They will not rock. And here, look, I'm in this game alone.
And it says fucking 90% of them won't see the signs. That's what it says. Yeah. They'll all fucking perish. You're living in Revelations as we speak, man. No matter what anyone says. Even if they're playing them out, you're living in Revelations.
Yeah. So, do you think it is what they say, what the Bible says it is? There's heaven above, hell below.
Oh gosh.
Or do you think heaven is another world above? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it might be just one man on a throne. It could be a fucking, you know.
there's no way you're getting out of here until you die.
And there's no way of getting in unless being born.
That's right.
A fucking a fellow I worked with a good few years ago was telling me that what do you call it? We all chose to come here. He said to me, and I'd never heard it before until he said it to me, but it made sense. Yeah. Well, for some reason, it just resonated with me. Yeah, he said, we chose to come here. He says, we chose our parents, we chose the place, and we came here. And we knew, but the deal with coming here is that you don't remember shit. But you know, you come back. And I was like, wow, I never seen it, I heard it, I felt it like that. But like, he was a very exoteric type of person, and he was quite, to be honest, he was into that demonic shit. And he went to the Freemasons Lodge in Dublin City, which is quite a big lodge. And I knew nothing of it. He just told me the Freemasons. I went, oh yeah, whatever. Then I heard about the Freemasons when I re-looked at it, and I was like, holy shit. So
that's what the revelation happened, one after the other. You're living in revelations, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Just little key, just doorways just keep opening up and up and up and up and up, and just, you know. And you feel, don't take it the wrong way, I don't mean like you feel all alone, but you do feel quite lonely at moments with your own thoughts and beliefs, but there's no one else to relate to. You know, my board just thinks, she knows I'm not mad, but she just says, if you are right, fuck it, I'll stick with you. But she doesn't actually engage herself in it. She thinks there's no way that it can be true. There's too many people needed to do it.
See,
that's what
I can't. I've tried a couple of times. Just can't get with someone who's a baller. Just does me head in.
Oh God, really? See, my board has no.
The only thing I think about is flat Earth.
That's it. Yeah, same as myself. Yeah. That's why I told my son, because I will have no child of mine walking into this world not knowing what it's really about.
That's right.
I believe, and it's not a belief. I know.
I know
what I know.
I'm not thinking.
I know what I know.
I'm not believing. I know, and that's the end of it to anyone.
Yeah, I know what I know, and you can all fuck off. If you don't believe, if you don't believe,
but then they say to you, right, you can have those beliefs. I've just fucking told you. I know it's not a belief. I don't believe the world's flat. I know you believe it's a spinning ball.
You're the one in the delusion. Yeah. Like life is hard, right? It is fucking hard. But if you think about it, for me and you to be here, right, or our children to be here, we have went through a consecutive amount of generations. Our family, our bloodline has.
Yeah.
So we have been successful for thousands of years, right? Your bloodline has and so has mine, for us to be here. And they call all of them people that were successful through all that hardship stupid. They were ancient people in the past. They really didn't know what we know.
We wouldn't have got here without them.
We wouldn't be here without them.
Smarter than we are. I'll put your money on it. You could take us back all in time as we are now, and I bet you any money that we're all smarter than us.
Exactly. That's exactly what I believe, because we're standing on the shoulders of giants, and the giants we're standing on is our ancestors. We wouldn't be here if they weren't successful, you know. Maybe that the reason why we're here is because all of our ancestors thought outside the box. And we're just carrying on that fucking bloodline, you know. Still there, bud?
Yeah.
Just check and see if you're asleep.
No, not yet. I was waiting for this.
I seen that live chat you had with that board from the northeast or something. Dora or something like that. It was funny. I think I woke up again mad early or something, and you were still on. And you had to go off and do a job or something. You had to go out and do a magic job or something that morning. Oh, it was funny. You were trying to sleep and she was calling you, Poncho. You were trying to have a kid on the couch, and I was like, fuck it now.
Nah.
Fair play to you now. You're really sticking with it, and you're putting your heart in your show, and you wear your heart in your sleeve, I think. So I like people like that, you know, honest fuckers.
They're whipping up a storm with these chemtrails.
Yeah, I can't. I'm finding it hard to spot them in Ireland. I think I'm seeing some, but I'm not seeing as many as the pictures that I see. For some reason, I don't think we're being sprayed as much.
We're getting triple, quadruple doses here. Last 2 days. I've never seen one doing figures of 8 before, but this one was doing figures of 8 in the North Sea.
Yeah, I think we get, like, when you hear about sun gazing, and then scientists turn around and tell you that you get vitamin D, or is it D from the sun that your body produces?
Vitamin D, yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah. So I honestly think sun gazing to me is more prevalent than just getting a vitamin. I think there's something else to get. There's people with depression get in winter time. You have to sit in round light bulbs. You probably heard of that, did you?
Round light bulbs.
You have to sit around a light bulb for up to 3 or 4 hours a day because there's not enough light. So they believe that the less light that you get can affect your mental state, and it can increase your depression. It can bring on depressive feelings and thoughts and all this carry on. So they have to sit around a light, and it's a special light bulb because the light bulb gives off UV rays. You can't sit around an normal light bulb. You can only sit around this light bulb that gives off what the sun gives off. So I think they're blotting out the sun on us. That's what they're up to. That's why I don't think they're really dropping stuff. They have something that floats over us as a mist, and it's blocking out the sun's rays and the goodness that it gives us. You know, just a thought. You know,
I ain't left the house for the last 5 months. I'm still all right.
Yeah, you haven't went insane, so. Because I was thinking that it makes people aggressive and it brings down their immune system, lack of sunlight. Would you see, you're claiming to be healthy, not a bother? Yeah. Maybe it's because we smoke weed, you know?
Probably.
Yeah.
Every time I went to the opticians, I was like, your eyes are so healthy. Like, yeah, I smoke marijuana, baby.
Yeah.
But when I said that, she said, oh, that explains it. Do you know why?
Really?
I said, no, I don't know why. She said, there was a survey on Jamaican fishermen because they hunt by hand along the shoreline, you know, at night time as well. And they all smoked that ganja, man.
Wow. And if you smoke weed without tobacco, through a pipe, obviously, or maybe a joint, but apparently you cannot and you will not ever get lung cancer through smoking. It has no cancerous properties, but at the same time, right, it's what I used to like doing years ago, is ingesting it, like making a cake or something like that, do you know what I mean, or a fucking brownie or whatever the fuck it might be, or even just putting it in a yogurt, you're still ingesting it. They say when you ingest it, you get more of a body buzz than a head buzz. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Would you agree with? You feel fucking
different. Yeah,
you feel different. Yeah, it's a different high. But they actually say that your body produces different anonoids, I think it's called, right?
Yeah.
And those anonoids actually make, when you have a dead cell, right? This is proven. When you have a dead cell or a dying cell, if your body can't get rid of it quick enough, which it does naturally, sometimes the cell can go wonky and start turning cancerous. So what the body does is it gets rid of its cells as quick as it fucking can all the time. And know what cannabis and its adenoids help your body do? Exactly that. It increases the body's ability to get rid of its dead cells, which decreases your ability to generate cancerous cells. So smoking cannabis actually reduces your risk of getting any type of cancer. Fucked up.
If we should stop vaccinating the children, we'll get rid of it altogether.
Yeah, yeah.
Get the fluoride out of the water and the toothpaste.
Yeah, I have a shop down in my local village, and they have a place. Oh, they have loads of stuff, and it's a cool place. You get all the stuff you need, and I came across a fluoride list toothpaste, and I was delighted. It's the first place I've ever seen that actually gives you a toothpaste without fluoride in it. So that's what we're all using now in the house. People hear about it, do you think I'm crazy? Oh, you're watching the internet, too many conspiracies. And I asked them, I told people, I said, do you honestly think that the government is worried about your dental health? Do you really think that they're so nice that they really care about you?
Mm-hmm.
You know? And you just get a blank face going, yeah, obviously, because that's what it's for. And you're just like, well, you have dentists and you have businesses and you have all this other stuff around this. They don't want to take care of your teeth. Can you not see that it's put there for a fucking false reason, and other countries have banned it? The whole of Europe, apart from us, and the Basques. Fucking ridiculous. People are just, there's no getting through to some people. You hear it in The Matrix. In the film The Matrix, Morpheus says to Neo, we have a rule. We have a rule that we will never unlock a mind once it's past a certain age. And I have realised when I talk to my father or my boards, man, that the older people are, the harder it is to get through to them with the truth. You know?
Because they've accepted the lies longer.
They're so indoctrinated, yeah. It's gone too far where they just cannot, the cognitive dissonance is too strong. That's the way of putting it. I'm just gonna go grab a can, Poncho, right?
What?
I'm gonna go grab a beer.
Okay.
Talk to you in a second.
Okay. Oh, I wonder if that video is finished. I bet it is. Quick. Change the channel. Come on. Hang on. Shit, come on. Oh, oh, stop that. Oh, no, no, no. You didn't stop it. Ah. Where's that going from? Come on now. Oh, come on. Go in. How can it not go in there? Come on. No. You blinded me up. There you go.
Still there, pal?
Yeah.
Your dogs weren't barking at when I was gone, were they?
No.
Oh, lovely, lovely. You really good boy, huh? You really good boy. Come on, get in bed. Get. Yeah, so. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? It's fucking one of the hardest things is waking your friends and family up. It really is. It's the hardest thing for me now.
Yeah.
You feel obligated to do it, you know, doesn't it? You can't
I know, and they think you're mad.
Yeah, yeah.
For trying so hard.
I told me sister again today for the third time. And for the first time, she didn't try and ridicule me, which was good. You know, I was happy with that. So it does take a while, I think, for people, for it to set into people, and then they adjust to it eventually. You know, so maybe in years to come and get easier for us, hopefully. Or that's just wishful thinking. Who knows?
Are you kidding me? It's only a matter of time, right, before one of us cracks it. There'll be a weak spot so simple. It'll be a child that will be talking to a kid one day and a kid will give you the answer or something.
So you're talking somebody that has a way of explaining it and it'll be so easy to understand.
Yeah, well, something's we're just missing. It's that simple.
I honestly think it really takes people to actually believe in a higher power or a life after this place and understanding that it was created. Because the biggest trick they pull on us is proving us that this is just random. All of it means nothing.
And that's why
that's
people
so scary.
Treat each other like they do.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so scary, you know what I mean? Because like, if you're gonna die at any moment and it means nothing, a meteor or a fucking whatever can come in and crash in, because it already killed the dinosaurs, didn't it? A meteor.
Mm-hmm.
So it can come in and wipe us out. So we have to leave this place after we.
All they did was show us a crater from 1,000 tons of dynamite. Meteor it there, bro. Fuck
yeah.
How stupid were we?
And for some reason, they all come down straight down. There's none coming sideways. There's none.
Yeah, that's the best one, isn't it?
You know what I mean?
Down.
Oh, straight down, yeah.
Not come up from the horizon and roll over like you should be doing, you know. People don't recognise it.
No.
Even shooting stars, right?
Even shooting stars all come down and then go east or west. That's what they do. They come down and just shoot across, down and across. So you never see any of them coming up and across. You should at some stage if you're on the ball. You should see them coming upwards, sideways. Fucking, I don't know. It's so easy. It's there in your face. It's obvious. You know.
Where's that file gone?
Yeah, Poncho. So I'm sitting in the shed, chilling now.
One second, I've just got to swap this mouse over again.
What are you putting on?
I've got 2 PCs, but 1 mouse. I stood on the other one. Right, that's it. Got it.
Oh shit! I wanted to ask you actually, right before we carry on. I wanted to ask, did you and Hillbilly have a bit of beef, a bit of trouble?
When?
At some stage or any stage?
Oh, recently. Yeah, when Rex come on.
Because I was on Hillbilly's channel and he started talking about you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh yeah, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? It's your own fucking business. So like my heart goes out to you. I know you're an honest man. You wear your heart on a sleeve, and you're a good fucking, you know, you're a good dad. You mean fucking extremely well. You wanna bring the truth out, you know, and you know, I just didn't understand it. I was also kicked off. Just letting you know all the history. Right? It was because since you were gone, I was kicked off. I was kicked off Martin Leakey's show.
You was? How come?
Because that prick, fucking Nathan was texting it.
It was texting.
Yeah, on the chat. You know what I mean? And then in comes fucking Patricia Steer backing him up and all. Do you know what I mean? So I said, look, see you, love. I says, fuck you. I says, you're only full of fucking shit. You've nothing to fucking do but just interview people, right? And I said, and then all of a sudden I got a text off, I got a text back off the Nathan fella. And he's like, just keep it clean, Brian. Just keep it clean, you know? And I was like, you know what, mate? Fuck you, yeah, fuck it. And then bang, I was gone. Fuck them. Do you know what? I swear to God, anybody that comes on live and says what he said, I tell you, he should be ashamed of himself. And then you do a little skit and all, yeah, do you want to buy an Aussie muffle map? Aussie muffle map, how about keyring? And I was like, look at him.
Oh, right, he was talking about me. And is that what you said?
So, no, he didn't actually say that, no, but I was saying I love that song about him because he's only in it for the fame and to try and make a few money, a few bob for me, you know what I mean? He'd love to have 60,000 subscribers and have loads of money rolling in from this. It's not about the flat earth to him, it's about a comfortable life.
Correct.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sitting here in the shed, I ain't fucking living the comfortable, but I know what the fucking truth is. You know?
How long is this going to take to upload? Upload.
I've seen your latest clip you put up with the music and all. It's very good. That song you found is cool, isn't it? The song that goes through all the last part of it, like the last half.
What?
It's like a country sound in Flat Earth too. Deadly, actually. It's very good.
I don't know which one you know what Chris Rock song? The one I wrote with Chris Rock.
Was it a Chris Rock song, yeah? Oh. Never heard any Chris Rock and shit.
Shit, wrong channel. Don't upload the leave page. I just nearly uploaded to the wrong channel. That would have been fun. Try again. Get off. There we go. Yeah, it's going to be a while yet. It's got an hour to upload.
An hour to upload?
Yeah.
What is that?
Just a video. 5-minute long video. Damn, I missed my old internet. I mean, it replaced way faster.
That's an awfully long time to download a 5-minute video. Have you been talking to Kathleen lately?
She's on last night, I think.
What's the name of the new show? I can't fucking get it.
Flat Earth, MrPonchoPete, very strong.
Flat Earth MrPonchoPete, very strong.
Yeah. I don't have to put a name on this show yet. I think I did.
So you're still doing the same thing? You're still on the couch broadcasting every day? You haven't stopped? Fair play to you. I love your determination, man. What's happening in chat? Is there anybody in chat? Or?
I can't see it. I'm uploading a video.
Yeah, I was watching a show there the other night about medical marijuana. Stop, I tell you. How that plant was taken from us is a crime against fucking humanity. People had a plant there that they could cultivate and grow in their own home and cure 90% of their ailments. And it was taken away because of big industry and medicine. It's fucking sinful.
Hmm. Okie dokie. Is that uploaded?
What's that?
That's a video uploaded.
Sounded like a lot of bleeding chickens or something.
Hmm.
Did you, Poncho, did you hear that the old Jamaican tune? A smoke a joint in the morning, smoke the joint at night. You hear that one, did you?
No.
The next day, smoke the joints at night. And he keeps talking about all the joints and sitting. Do you ever heard of that? Oh, it's fucking, it's very good. You should look it up now. There's loads of deadly reggae, flat earth shit, and weird stuff. Swear to God. Plenty of truth in them Jamaicans.
Hmm.
I think the Rastafarians believe heaven is earth, don't they?
Then God never cast Lucifer out. I'm still at war.
Yeah, Ali Selassie was God to them. He was God. He is God reincarnated, who lives and walks among us. I think is what they believe. But he was overthrown. Ali Selassie was. His crown was taken from him. King of Ethiopia.
Hillbilly's cut off, did you say? Yeah.
What's cut off?
I don't know.
After all that, fucking hell. What's the story now? We have to chat now.
The chat here, there's a few. Let's have a look. Videos come up.
One for Moonlight and handled it so graciously when he went on stage. He had to sort of apologise for winning almost as he was stood there next to the cast of La La Land. But here's what he had to say to me just a few minutes ago.
No, things happen. The world is round, but some people think it's flat. I make movies. A boom dips to the shot. You don't blame the boom guy. Things happen, but the result is the same. So it's a wonderful experience.
I mean, if you compare and contrast the two.
He died.
Yeah.
She's body language.
Sort of apologise for winning almost as he was stood there next to the cast of La La Land. But here's what he had to say to me just a few minutes ago.
No, things happen. The world is round, but some people think it's flat. I make movies. A boom dips to the shot. You don't blame the boom guy. Things happen, but the result is the same. So it's a wonderful experience.
I mean, if you compare and contrast the two movies, you were such a small budget movie going up against the sort of Goliath of La La Land. Are you very proud of what you guys have achieved?
Yes, I think they were made in the same way. Damon's been trying to make this film for 7 years. It comes from his heart. It's like our movie comes from our heart. So in that sense, I think the movies are aligned in a certain way. And whatever happened, I still don't know what happened. The result is the same.
He denied it, the bitch.
Yeah.
It's all right, mate. I'm going to ban all your movies when I become the flat earth governor of the prison. Vinny. Vincenzo. Vincent.
I think Vinny's tucked off to sleep. He should be up at this time though, shouldn't he? It's not too bad. Oh yeah, I meant to ask you, what do you think about I think Gaddafi's head popping up there, right? Now I'm big into war, right? I'm big into how it's all set up. Excuse me. But we know it's all a game and it's all staged, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Every fucking battle. World War One, World War Two, the whole lot of them. All the fucking time. Even actually, I'll go off course for a second, but we'll go back to Gaddafi. But even going off course, right? The best tactic in World War One and World War Two, right, to gain land against walls of machine guns, the best tactic they could think of was to send rivers of men constantly running up to the stream of bullets. So basically, they were happy to slaughter like 20,000 men, and then eventually the opposite side will not have enough bullets to shoot everybody. That is the most stupidest army order I have ever heard. If anybody asked me to do that, I'd tell them to fuck off. You're going to tell me that I have to run up here and kill myself so the next 20,000 fucking troop? No, I don't agree with it. But getting back to Gaddafi, now knowing that all wars are bullshit, Gaddafi was a great fucking man. He gave new mothers in his community, his country, his fucking political power. He gave new mothers €5,000 on every birth, the equivalent to €5,000 on every birth of every child as a political benefit. The man was giving out fucking benefits to the poor, to the new mothers. Any new homeowner used to get all the benefits that he got, and stuff that he got was phenomenal. So then to hear that his people turned against him is ridiculous. You kind of with me, like.
I don't know what is what when it comes to what they tell us. You know, I'm not from Libya, so I don't know what Gaddafi was like.
There's plenty of stuff on the internet. You should look it up, Poncho. You see Gaddafi. I've seen Gaddafi in a UN meeting.
All I know is he tried to back money with gold and flood the oil
Yes,
market with cheap oil, which the Americans didn't like. Same as Saddam. So both of them got.
Yeah, well, he tried to set up the African fucking nation or some African fucking. Yeah, well, I honestly think that's bullshit. Because he, in one of the speeches that he gave, he never mentioned that. And then he looked over at Bashar al-Assad, and he asked him for support in the argument, right? And Bashar al-Assad looked over at everybody else then after that and laughed at Gaddafi. And then Gaddafi turned around and said to Bashar al-Assad, he turned around and he goes, in Arabic, but was translated, and you can understand what they're saying basically because you hear certain keywords. But in Arabic, he turned around and he said to him, "You will be next." And guess who was fucking next? It was him. And he was right. Gaddafi was buying on the money. You know, excuse the pun.
Anything through the box can be manipulated, though, right?
Anything through what?
Through the box can be manipulated, and then they show you what they want to show you.
Yeah, exactly. And as well, the days when there was only radio before the box, it was the same thing. You just tell you what you want to hear, what they want you to hear. Excuse me. We believe it's real, and we call it progress. We call it news. We call it scientific breakthrough. Oh, no way. It's bullshit. I don't believe in anything no more, Pancho. I'm religious in the sense where I know that this is all created.
Yeah.
But I do not fall on any man-made fucking.
No, nobody's going to lead me nowhere. Jesus said at the end, if you trust any man, you're a fucking fool. Trust yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it? It's within. It's a self-awakening that everybody has to go through. I think you have to show people the door, but you cannot. You know, they have to walk through themselves. You cannot take them through.
Mm-hmm.
They actually have to be shown the door, and then they have to willingly just say, do you know what, now I'm ready to look this up. Because if you bark at people, they're just gonna turn a cold shoulder to you, you know. But the Bible has such a truth in it, doesn't it? There's such a timeline in the Bible that can't be denied. And it's very confusing to believe whether it's fully true or partially true. Isn't it? But the stuff it has is fucking.
There's stuff in it that shouldn't be there. Same with all of them. There's stuff in them that should not be there. It's set there because you got to thinking ahead of you when writing this stuff. It's set there to cause outrage at the end times and turn one religion on another.
Yeah, yeah.
All in a belief rather than a fact.
People will have slaughtered villages and towns on a belief.
Mm-hmm. But if they all knew the shape of it, that would confirm a creator. It doesn't matter who the creator is, just confirms the creator. You're all right. Every religion's right. There's a God.
Yeah. We all got it right.
Then you don't have to argue anymore, you know?
That's a beautiful, simplistic way of putting it. But yeah, that's it. We're all right. There's one thing. There's a God. If anybody turns around and says, yeah, but my God, they go, no. There's only one dipshit. Your beliefs about that one God.
God's right. You've got a God. It don't matter
Yeah.
if my God's got a different name to yours. We all know now we were created. We're at the center of the universe. You're not insignificant. Now let's change the world and stop treating people shitty.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Sounds so simple, doesn't it?
It is so simple.
Just love one another like you would want to be fucking treated. Simple as. Anyone fucks with your shit, you know what? You have the right to fucking defend yourself. And that's it. It's quite simple.
Mm-hmm.
Don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you. Okay, that's easy. I think everybody's born with that innate knowing. I shouldn't fuck at anybody else's shit. You know that as a child. Do you ever see some children and they're greedy and they take from others? Billy Connolly made a statement in one of his old comedy clips, and he said, "Do you know what?" And I believe it. He says, "Young arseholes grow up to be old arseholes," and that's as simple as that. Miserable fuckers appear every now and again. And then if they appear in this world, this lying bastard and fucking world and all its lies, they turn into psychopaths, I think. Because it's a free-for-all for them. They see it as a free-for-all. Because you know they don't have to do shit. Because you don't have to do anything. You don't have to pay any bills, no electricity bills, no fucking driving licenses, none of this shit. That's what I believe anyway. I'm cycling from now on, Poncho. Not even entering that fucking word. I have a lovely bike now. It's worth about €1,000. She's a beast. And that'll do me. That'll get me down to my local shops and back and forth. I need a fucking car. If I had to go somewhere far, I'd be right, fair enough. I had to try and get one, but bollocks to that. I have a 4-year ban to wait in anyway, but I think I said that to you, didn't I, on one of my shows?
What?
Fucking Garda bleeding, pulled me over and took me blood.
Oh yeah, you said.
Pulled me out of the car, stuck me in their car, and drove my car back, and then I couldn't give a urine because I was bleeding all over the shop. Do you know what I mean? And he was hovering over my shoulder, and he has to watch you piss, and I couldn't piss for the life of me. I was like, this is a bit too tense. Then he threw me back in the cell. Do you know what I mean? And then he came back in with an option really quickly. How about take your blood? I was like, oh, how about taking your blood? We can get a doctor in 2 bleeding minutes. Or do you want to sit here and wait? But I was just like, you know what? I want to go home. I was already there for plenty of hours, you know. Scumbags.
I just said, I wait for the doctor, sir. And when he got there, I was still not giving no blood. Fuck off.
Me blood. He took me fucking blood. My body's life essence. Look, if I was to get into a fight with somebody in the street and I draw blood, you get angry, you know, that kind of way, because you realise I'm injured now. They have the free right to take your blood. Oh. No son of mine that's not going to happen to my son. I'm going to educate him because I've made the mistake. I know where I went wrong. You know? I do know where I went wrong. I should have kept my door closed, window down a tiny bit, and did not let them in whatsoever. Didn't give him the opportunity. He just opened the door and fucking helped himself to my seatbelt and took me straight out of that fucking car. Very heavy-handed as well, mind you. Scumbags. I don't know how they sleep at night, just pulling people out. Do you know how long? Do you know how many times? Well, you won't believe. I only asked you to guess. I was at court 9 times over this one stupid charge, right? It meant nothing. I went through 3 judges, with 3 judges, and 9 court appearances over this. And the Garda that arrested me and the band Garda. A band Garda is a female officer, so a Garda and a band Garda arrested me, and both of them had to show up in court every single time that I was there. 9 fucking times, right? Think of the money it costs to have them stand there, right? And I wasn't even fined. I was just banned. I wasn't even fined. Didn't fine me a penny. So it cost the government more money to just sit there and go through that stupid fucking procedure. Now I can see through it, you know, because it's not real. If it was real, I would have been proper fucking taken care of. I would have been put in prison or something. There is no prison for what I did. I was never going to go to prison. And that's what you fear. You fear the loss of money. I didn't lose out on a penny. Nothing. Just lost me right to drive, apparently, which isn't even real. I can get back into the car right now and say, fuck you, and just keep driving. But I'm decided to play against it. I'm going to get a bicycle. And that's it. If I get stopped on a bicycle, you can fuck off. I don't care. I may as well be on a horse and I'm traveling. They are not stopping me. I'm free to move as I do and as I fucking please. Simple as. Look, I live across the road from the Garda station. The big Garda station.
Mm-hmm.
Scumbags there. Beat the shit out of everyone, Poncho. Irish police. I keep saying Garda, you probably don't. You know what I call Garda, don't you?
I know what they are.
Yeah. So they call the Irish Garda are just fucking. You don't like the dubs, Poncho. You know. So if you're the Garda, right? Like if I wanted to be a Garda, I'm gonna pass all the tests and go through all the shit, right? I'm not allowed to be a Garda around the area because you might let people away with crimes. Do you know what I mean? because you know them. So basically, nearly every single Garda, 98% of every copper, every Garda in Dublin is a country lad. Are you with me? And they all hate Dubliners. And they beat the shit out of us, Poncho. I swear to God, man, I've seen it. I've been there. I've been around the block a few times. I'm telling you, they're fucking scum. They fuck you up. And all the judges are culchies. They're all countrymen. And they hate Dubs. Every one of them. Even when they're all together, if you get a Cork fella with a Wicklow fella with a fucking, with all this, they all call themselves country and let's kill the Dub. That's how it works. I know it sounds stupid, but it is. The Garda up in Dublin are ruthless. Fucking ruthless. So it's hard to do your free man stuff, you know what I mean? It's quite difficult. Just want to just pull out the baton and just club you at any moment. When you say that wrong, bang, you're getting it. You know? All I notice as well, if you're with children and you're floating past them, they're real apologetic and they're real nice, and you have this slimy way about them. But if you're on your own with a few people and you have your hood up and it's windy and you're cold, they see you with your hoods and all, they're straight over harassing you. Fucking. Oh, and you could be the same person that's walking down the road 2 hours before or after school with your children that they don't pay attention to. They're just, oh, you think they own the place, you know? It's a free ticket to do the one. Public servant. I don't think they are over here, being honest. They serve business, tax, fines. Do you think that's the ice shelf? The wall of ice? No, Poncho. Sweet dreams, brother.
Alright.
Take it easy, pal.
There's an ice ring around the matrix itself. One electron balanced by a positron. The sun above your head has to drip its menstrual blood into the Holy Grail at the center of the dish, or there's no aurora borealis coming out. So you're in hell. That's Helios above your head up there. People, you have a double hell. You say hello. You know, how's your hell? You need hell. It's because you're in hell. Or you're dead. Drink from the living waters and pass into the land of perpetual twilight, the Garden of Eden. It's just that simple. You don't have to look. The compass is pointing to the very center of the flat earth plane where you get eternal life and your way out of the matrix.
And everybody only focuses on total shit and lies, the space station, all that. It's all fake. Everything's fake. There's a dome up there. The earth is not floating through space. It's an accident. You're not made for monkeys. Everything you think you know to be true is the reverse of true. In the Vatican, and your parents gave it up willingly. Now you're lost at sea. You're officially dead. By legal definition, you're a monster. You're blood. But you're living the game agony right now. So when you unfold your cube, you see it's turned into a cross. And I'm telling you that every compass is pointing to the center of this flat earth plane, where the aurora borealis is coming out, hitting the parabolic mirror and showering down at you like the Matrix code. Every compass is a spear of destiny. I'm explaining it to you. You don't have to like it. But I'm going to scream this down from the top of my lungs over and over and over and over, because I have the spear of destiny.
We live on a flat plain. Mountains and plateaus are actually the stumps of ancient trees that were cut down, and the moon, our chakra, and kundalini are unnatural energetic implants. Basically, everything we know is a complete lie. Those in power, however, have clearly shown us the way out of this insane matrix through symbols and vocabulary. The Christmas tree is the ultimate symbol for the way out of this matrix. Christians put an X on the bottom and place a green tree on top. They play caroling around the tree. At the center of this flat plain once grew the tree of life. This tree extended out and at one point covered the earth. All of the giant trees were connected and in part powered by the aurora borealis. The aurora borealis is a powerful green light that's now instead shooting out from the center of the plain where the tree of life is no longer standing. The sun moves inward and outwards, bringing the seasons. The Christmas tree represents the astral light. The ornaments represent the sun, acting out of the hole at the center of the plain. The way out is through this opening. When we jump through it, we are pulled through dimensions and are placed back in our original bodies, leaving this part of the flat plane which is hexed in energetic confines and deception. Look at a compass. The north needle points towards this hole. This is why it's marked red or with an arrow. Broken down, the word compass sounds like come pass. This is not a mistake. They are hiding in plain sight the instructions to the way out. The bottom of the Christmas tree symbolizes the hole. This is why we say X marks the spot. Take a look at an exit sign. E, as we know, stands for everyone. We then have the letter X and the word it. Everyone, the X is it. The X is the exit. It's all in plain sight. The vowels are a jigsaw puzzle explaining this. Our vowels are A, E, I, O, U, and sometimes Y. If you take the E and to the left, it turns into a W. Place it at the beginning. If you put the Y at the end, that spells way. The I remains stationary because it symbolizes the astral light shooting out of the hole. Add a T on the right-hand side and you get the phrase way out. I'll explain more in future videos. Okay, so let's get back to the sun. The arc shape symbolizes the sun's passing into this hole. We already know that the story of Jesus is an allegory for the sun's movement. The candy cane, said to stand for Jesus, represents this arc shape. When you put letters from the word go on top of each other, the sun's arc into the hole becomes clear. I'll also mention that green on traffic lights represents the green astral light. The question mark is a representation of this as well. The dot represents the black sun, but I'll get into that symbols in a separate video. We're just reviewing basics. This goes deep. Pin the tail on the donkey reveals these same concepts. We use an X attached to an arc. You get what I'm saying. The bullseye used in darts and archery is yet another symbol of this exit hole. The center of our flat plane, like the bullseye, is the desired spot that we must hit. Many airplane pilots cut a huge hole where the North Pole should be. The North Pole is forbidden to fly over, and all pilots know this. So hidden in plain sight is the name of the game. Our controllers have been telling us, and because we've been indoctrinated with a very faulty worldview, we keep missing the signs. I'll be explaining more about this topic in the future. It's the most important truth that we can know. Remember, guys, shed your blood over your divine intent to start sun gazing and reconnecting with Earth's energy via ground. Always remember, we are divine beings at the core, and no amount of deception can change this. So until next time, love you all. Peace. Hey, thanks for joining me. Hope you're doing well. In 1885, William Warren, the first president of Boston University, published his work, Paradise Found, the Cradle of the Human Race at the North Pole. In the book, he recites scientific explanations and ancient cosmology that all point to the same conclusion. Paradise is located at the North Pole. Warren points to the Garden of Eden at the North Pole, as well as Atlantis, Mount Meru, the ancient Greek paradise. Broken down means beyond the aurora borealis. This emerald-colored light shoots out of the center of our brain, where there is a vortex leading into this long-lost paradise. In his book, Warren mentions the night skies of Eden, showing an early depiction of the aurora borealis. And over the years, many have suggested that Hyperborea was the original Garden of Eden. So Hyperborea, Eden, Avalon, Agartha, Shambhala, these are all different names that have been given over the years. Warren calls the North Pole the navel of the Earth, and like I've been saying, all compasses point north to this paradise, urging us to pass into Earth's center, Earth's navel. He discusses the tree of life and its relation to this paradise. According to Genesis, at the center of the Garden of Eden stood a majestic tree. Its fruit was good for food. It was pleasant to the eyes, a tree to be desired. Similarly, many ancient cultures associated a tree of life, or world tree, with the center of the world, locating this tree at the true North Pole. The world tree is typically said to be a massive tree, extending high above the clouds with its roots deep in the underworld. We have Valagfa in Hungarian mythology, Yggdrasil in Norse mythology, Svata in Hindu mythology, the Kianmu in Chinese mythology, the Mayan world tree, and there's many more. Warren writes, where stood this tree was at once the source of all other trees and the giver of immortality. Through the center vortex is paradise. It's the holy grail in which when we drum, we achieve everlasting life. Like Warren says, immortality. The world tree was real. Its roots ended from the flat earth, and this organism spread out across our plane. This was an interconnected organism made up of giant trees. Most of what we call mountains and plateaus are the stumps of these trees. They, along with the tree of life, were cut down. And this truth is revealed to us in James Cameron's Avatar. The main tree of souls is said to be the closest connection to Awa. Awa in Avatar of Pandora. The natives believe that Awa acts to keep the ecosystem of Pandora in perfect equilibrium, but the tree of soul which connects to this deity is cut down, just like our tree of life was. Awa refers to our connection with Mother Earth, Gaia, the divine feminine goddess. This is clear because Awa comes from the Celtic word Dewa, meaning goddess. Once the tree of life and the other interconnected trees were cut down, our connection to this goddess diminished, and the spiritual and physical equilibrium of this plane drastically shifted. Both sides of flat Earth used to be paradise, but by cutting down this tree, and therefore our ties with the Divine Mother, along with many other events that occurred around the same time period, this side of our flat Earth became a cradle for archonic and reptilian influence. This majestic organism isn't dead, however. It is still well alive past the center vortex. Warren writes, every indication points us to the northern pole. It was in Aran Vej, the Persian Eden. He claims in Aran Vej there was said to be a sacred mountain. This is Mount Meru. Like I said, mountains are giant tree stumps, so Mount Meru, the magnetic mountain which is depicted all throughout ancient cosmology, is actually what's left of the Tree of Life. In this map made by the 14th century explorer Gerhard Mercator, there is an iron mountain at the middle called Mount Root Nigra at the North Pole, with 4 rivers extending outwards. The tides on flat Earth are called the moon, but by these 4 rivers that diverge from Mount Meru. They breathe in and out, causing the tides. Eden was also said 4 rivers, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became 4 heads. Mercator described the island in a 1577 letter to John Dee. In the midst of the 4 countries is a whirlpool, in which there empty these 4 indrawing seas which divide the north. Right under the pole there lies a bare rock in the midst of the sea. Its circumference is almost 33 French miles, and it is all of magnetic stone. In his 1904 Manual of Tides, gave evidence from tidal patterns and sightings by Europeans and Inuit that all pointed to undiscovered lands near the pole. To Harris, the tides suggested that there was a hidden mechanism at the North Pole that influenced the tides. This mechanism is the 4 rivers. So Warren talks about the Persian Chinvat Bridge being situated near Mount Meru by Aran Vej, the Persian Eden. Warren writes, the Chinvat Bridge extends from the North Pole of the heavens to the North Pole of the Earth. In a previous video of mine, I described how the Norse tale of the Bifrost Bridge is linked to the center of our plane. Those who cross the Bifrost successfully are transferred into Asgard, the land of the gods. William Warren, at the end of the book, concludes, long lost Eden is its bared against us. Now, as at the beginning of our exile, a sword turns every way to keep the way of the Tree of Life. Similarly, the story of the Bifrost Bridge speaks of Heimdallr. Heimdallr is the watchman of the gods, and he sits on the edge of heaven to guard the Bifrost Bridge, determining who crosses to and from Asgard. We know this is talking about the center of our plane because Heimdallr to Yggdrasil. In the same vein, one of the etymologies of the Chinvak makes it the bridge of the judge. This tells us there is a spiritual filter in place at the center vortex, meaning only those who vibrate at frequencies of through. And after being in this matrix of control for so long, we must signify to the universe that our intent is divine, and therefore are sing into repercussions. To activate our intent and align it with the vibrations of truth, we're engaging in blood over intent. We're spilling our blood over the intent to bring forth heaven on earth, and this will be the spiritual marker that allows us to pass into the Garden of Eden, past the flaming sword, so we may drink from the Holy Grail. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it for you on the altar to make atonement for your souls. For it is the blood that makes atonement by the life. The Saturn moon matrix, the various frequencies that hit us at every angle, along with a lifetime of indoctrination, has attempted to keep us in confusion. Blood over intent is our final announcement to the universe that we refuse to be kept in bondage or play into any false realities. It both raises our awareness and reprograms this hologram. The 2012 movie Upside Down is an allegory for our displacement out of Eden. The film starts with the main character, Adam, telling the story of his realm, where two worlds lay on top of one another.
Around one sun, but each with its own and opposite gravity. It's possible to fall up and to rise down.
Adam and Eden are lovers. They're from the opposite worlds and therefore are not allowed to have intimate contact. Because of this, they are attacked one day, and Eden falls and hits her head. Adam grows up and finally is reconnected with Eden, only to find out she's forgotten all about him. The accident caused her to have amnesia. But over the course of the movie, Eden starts remembering Adam, and the paradise that was found in their love is rekindled. At the end, the love between Eden and Adam, because of this, both worlds become a paradise where the prejudice and separation are dissolved. At the beginning of the movie, we see an upside down triangle. An upside down triangle where the tip is pointing downwards symbolizes the female. When we bring the inverted triangle of the feminine together with the upright triangle of the masculine, we find balance. The upside down triangle is pointing towards the source of the goddess, the black sun. The union between the masculine and feminine, as I've discussed in other videos, will reactivate our divinity. In the same vein, our union with the Garden of Eden will do the same, giving us everlasting life. The inverted triangle shows our flat, motionless plane, all converging downwards, much like the singularity of a supposed black hole. I've said in other videos, black holes aren't in space. Space does not exist. It's a fabrication, along with our globe model, to ultimately hide the fountain of youth at the center. The reason black holes show a jet coming out is because they're slyly revealing to us that the aurora borealis shoots out of the center, where it's like a black hole, a vortex sucking those who pass through in. Funny enough, at the beginning of 2016, Stephen Hawking black holes are a portal into another realm. Like the movie, we were once connected to Eden. Outside has tampered with our connection to paradise, and now we must find our way back. This information is coming out throughout myself and others now because Eden is calling. We are being guided home. And therefore, its noise is growing and growing. Blood over intent is reshaping this energy extraction matrix we are in. And it's the focal point me and my brother are gathering under for this journey to the center. I recommend those who haven't yet to replicate the videos you see and publish your blood beside ours. The act of publishing our blood over our written divine intent is powerful white magic that connects all of us to each other. And where we will get to the center. A corporation was set up in our name when we were born, hence why the name on our birth certificates has all capital letters. Corporations are dead. This is how the elite see us, as the walking dead. We are spilling our blood and proving to ourselves, the goddess of this plane, and to the aether realm that we are well and alive, that we refuse to give into this fake we've been fed, and that ultimately we intend to get to the Garden of Eden. We're taking back this matrix, and this isn't going away. Our blood is creating ripples. I can feel it. And theirs. This journey is happening within a few years' time. There's no stopping it. Our compass needles will be our guide, and we will pass through where the aurora borealis is shooting out.
Recent discoveries have uncovered dates, agendas, and goals that connect the Jesuits to a massive deception for the purpose of a multifaceted end-time. The design of this deeply hidden plot has been to change the perception of the masses regarding the authority of the Bible, the layout of the universe, and the Creator's position in it. This change in perception for the overwhelming delusion to come upon the world under the first word, the fifth chapter, prophesy in Revelation chapter. This delusion will be a demonic attack on the alien invasion. Reportedly, that Merlin observed, a lie told often enough becomes the truth. This quote is discovered within the belief of most. The Earth is a sphere, its spin orbiting the Sun, hurtling thousands of kilometers an hour inside our Milky Way galaxy. So ingrained is this belief, if one speaks of the words flat Earth, listeners snicker. The mental reflex of a time which person might fall into an infinite space creates this disrespect. A globe Earth, because unproven, is pseudoscience, yet believed worldwide and passed from generation to generation, and any who question it is brought to it. For millennia, well-educated people believed the Earth was flat, and placed at the center of the universe, enclosed there with a protective covering. In the early 16th century, Nikolai Copernicus introduced a different model where the sun lay at the center, and the Earth revolved around it. Copernicus' heliocentric model is taught today, while the earlier geocentric model has been utterly rejected. Less than 100 years later, Galileo was persecuted by the Catholic Church for promoting Copernicus' theory and forced to recant his beliefs and spent most years of his life under house arrest. Galileo's persecution for promoting heliocentrism surprising, as the Catholic Church initially supported Copernicus' theories. Consider the following facts. 1. While some sources claim Copernicus never took the vows of a priest and never married. Furthermore, the fact that in 1537, King Sigismund of Poland put his name on the list for candidates for the vacant episcopal seat of Ermland makes it probable that, at least in later life, he had entered the priesthood. When Pope Paul III sought Copernicus for advice on how to reform the calendar, Copernicus at first demurred to answer. Later, he wrote a series of letters to the Pope containing accurate observations that actually served 70 years later as a basis for the working out of the Gregorian calendar. 3. For a long time, Copernicus refused to publish his beliefs on a heliocentric universe. Finally, in 1531, published a brief stating his theory in 7 axioms. From this, the concept spread rapidly. 4. Albert Windmanstadt lectured on the Copernican model before Pope Clement VII, an action for which he was richly rewarded. 5. In 1536, Cardinal, who was Archbishop of Capua, urged Copernicus to fully publish his theory, or at the least have a copy made at the cardinal's expense. 6. Between 1539 and 1541, Copernicus published and distributed a 66 preliminary chapter. 7. Copernicus explained in a letter to Pope Paul III that 5 years the insistent urging of Cardinal Schoenberg, Bishop Gies of Colm, and other knowledgeable men, and agreed to a manuscript. Copernicus' theory of a heliocentric universe was well known at the upper strata of the Catholic Church in his lifetime. While he preferred his theory after his death, he ultimately agreed to publish his manuscripts on the persistent appeals of high church officials. Catholics refused to reject Copernicus' views, for they themselves admit opposition was first raised against the Copernican system by Protestant theologians for biblical reasons. The Catholic Church advanced Copernicus' heliocentric model, urging him to spread it abroad, together with other theories that opposed the sacred scriptures. The necessity to change public conception from an accurate belief of Earth to a false belief grew slowly. With sapient baby steps, the whole world became amenable to the final delusion of an alien invasion under the First Woe. The Catholic hierarchy had the perfect opportunity to work for a global deception to culminate in this Earth's final generation. This deception required a globe Earth spinning throughout the vast reaches of space inhabited by aliens and other sentient life forms. These contrivances created doubt in the Bible, putting science ahead of scripture. As mankind, the earth is enclosed and unmoving. They also place the Creator far away from his creation by presenting a universe unimaginably vast. To engineer this transformation in belief, the new side of Jesus, commonly known as the Jesuits, became the agents of change. The Roman Catholic Church was waging war on the new Protestantism believers having come from their own system, was resisting appeals to publish his theory of a heliocentric solar system. Under the approval of Pope Paul III, the Jesuit order was established in 1540, and Copernicus dedicated his book, Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, to this very same. This newly formed order, the perfect instrument to implement a clandestine operation for the Pope of Rome, began changing the public perception of the authority of the scriptures, the earth, and the creator of the Copernican revolution. By deliberately teaching their followers to invite demonic spirits into their human spirits, to expose what manner of mankind each truly was. The Jesuit founder, Ignatius of Loyola, had taught all members of the Society of Jesus certain spiritual truths which made them practical, mind-controlled slaves to Satan. They were to daily become as corpses or cadavers, that they unhesitatingly obey the will of their spirit. In opening the mind to the influence of demons, these Jesuits brought in a spirit of malevolence, a demonic intelligence that was unprecedented in Catholicism. Now, satanically, Jesuit priests became successful in every evil endeavor. They became infamous for their skill at deception and subterfuge, their ability to infiltrate governments and institutions, their answers to kings and new leaders in education. The very influence they wielded was tantamount to becoming humanly insurmountable. Working in the field of world education, they guide scientific research to further their own ends and present the biggest lie of all time, globe Earth. Following Copernicus' publications, it is probable the Jesuit order has produced more than any other demographic in Europe. That, ostensibly, a religious order should produce so many scientists should cause that. However, as these scientists have focused nearly exclusively in but one area, this gives us reason to question. Upon rejection of the sacred scriptures, is a fixed, immovable object under a protective covering, a nefarious foundation was laid. Atop this were built perversions designed to force humanity to doubt the very word of our Father Yahuwah. With the biblical geocentric model rejected, a new explanation was required. A globe Earth, its orbit of the sun for millions of miles every year, illimitable realms, billions of galaxies, each composed of billions of stars with worlds innumerable. All this became necessary to explain the new heliocentric model of the universe, and mankind, over a short time, lost his divine significance. Thereafter was an environment within which the writings of Charles Darwin found a receptive audience. Once science showed the wrong, the disparager then diverged from her religious guise altogether. Things suddenly became possible. There was nothing above question, including how the Earth seemed to appear in the vastness of space with all else, and the existence of extraterrestrials. The Big Bang Theory is, today, the leading explanation about how the universe began. It talks about the universe as we know it, starting with a small singularity, then inflating over the next 13.8 billion years to the cosmos that we know today. Priest Andrew Pinsent holds advanced degrees in theology from the Pontifical Gregorian University in Rome, as well as a doctorate in particle physics from Oxford. In January 2015, he wrote, "Being both a priest and a former particle physicist at CERN, I am often asked to give talks on faith and science. Quite often, young people ask the question, how can you be a priest and believe in the Big Bang? To which I am delighted to respond, we invented it. Or more precisely, priest George Lemaitre invented the theory that is today called the Big Bang, and everyone should know about him." The author of the Big Bang Theory was none other than the Jesuit-trained priest George Lemaitre. On October 20th, 2014, Sarah Kerr reported,
"Speaking to members of the Pontifical Academy of Science, it's possible to believe in both, insisting God was responsible for the Big Bang from which all life evolved."
L'inizio del mondo non è opera del caos, in alto la sua origine, ma deriva direttamente da un principio supremo che crea per amore. Il Big Bang, che oggi si pone all'origine del mondo, non fa l'intervento creatore divino, ma lo esige. L'evoluzione nella natura non contrasta con la nozione di creazione, perché l'evoluzione presuppone la creazione degli esseri.
Follow from cause to effect. 1. Without a globe Earth circling the sun through the far reaches of space, we do not have the Big Bang. 2. Without the Big Bang, we have evolution. 3. Without evolution, we are more likely to accept creation as an act of intelligent design by a divine creator. The Roman Church does, in fact, accept evolution. Acceptance of evolution and its integral law of survival of the fittest gave rise to the baths of the 20th century in which millions lost their lives. Numerous researchers have established connections between the Vatican and the Nazi Party. Regardless of the level of collaboration between the Vatican and the Nazis, what happened after is even more significant. Operation Paperclip smuggled hundreds of Nazi scientists, including top SS officers on trial for war crimes, into the United States for use in America's Cold War space race. One of these Nazi Party members, Werner von Braun, was promoted to head up NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. Under Operation 350 German scientists and former intelligence agents were given visas and well-paying jobs. These scientists had questionable pasts. Braun himself had been an active member of the Nazi Party, and his colleague at NASA, Dr. a specialist in aviation medicine, had performed experiments on concentration camp inmates. The purpose of this massive and illegal undertaking appears to have been for the establishment of worldwide authority on all things relating to space and astronomy. NASA became the public face. It has long acted as a front, providing an unsuspecting world with pseudoscience legitimized by the backing of the US. NASA is its own monopoly. It controls the dissemination of public information on astronomy. It does not want the public to know. While many countries and universities have observatories, always it is the statements, photographs, and discoveries of NASA that make the news headlines. With NASA in charge of the flow of astronomical information to the public, it appears the Vatican has remained a central player in the accurate astronomy not being released to the public. For hundreds of years, the Vatican has owned more telescopes than any organization, private university, or government. NASA and the Vatican jointly own Lucifer, binocular telescope. According to the official Vatican website, the Vatican Observatory is one of the oldest astronomical institutes in the world. And yet, the photographs? Where are the news releases of the latest discoveries? Precisely what have the Jesuit astronomers been doing for the last 500 years? Only NASA's public release of information promoting the idea of an expanding, thus ever larger universe of incomprehensible size has led to the supposition there must be alien life on other planets. After all, if the Big Bang produced life on Earth, why couldn't life have evolved elsewhere? In combination with Hollywood and the science fiction genre, NASA has created an environment in which contact with extraterrestrial life forms is both fearful yet desirous. A recent book may hold the final steps in this long conspiracy to delude the final generation. Authors Tom Horn and Chris Putnam recently published a mind-boggling book in which they allege the Vatican actively seeks extraterrestrial life with their new Lucifer telescope. The book, Exo Vaticana, Petrus Romanus, Project Lucifer, and the Vatican's astonishing plan for the arrival of asserts the Vatican is waiting for an extraterrestrial savior. Enriching their book, Horn and Putnam were granted permission to visit the observatory on Mount Graham, which hosts the Vatican's Technology Telescope, VAT, in September 2012. Not only were they able to discuss the study of deep space with the Jesuit astronomers there, but they also gained access to one of the top Vatican astronomers in Rome. Horn said Brother Guy Consolmagno, who has also been called the papal astronomer, told us some astounding information during 5 interviews. He says, without apology, that very soon the nations of the world are going to look to the aliens for their salvation, said Horn. Consolmagno also gave the authors private Vatican documents which revealed high-level theologians and astronomers within the church. Horn said these documents show that they believe that they are soon to be visited by an alien savior from another world. These statements are not that shocking when the Vatican's ever-evolving space is understood. On May 12, 2014, Pope Francis expressed a willingness to baptize extraterrestrials who indicated a desire for baptism. While the comment was clearly tongue-in-cheek, it made international headlines. This one cool Pope is so cool that he is willing to baptize Martians. The net effect? It removed the idea from science fiction and transferred it to the realm of possibility. About it as if it were possible gives rise to minds more accustomed to the construct. After the Vatican hosted a 5-day conference on extraterrestrial life, Catholic priest Jonathan Morrow appeared on U.S. Fox News to answer some questions.
How would it change the church's teaching then? Well, if you consider a moment, if you heard that terrestrial life there.
Well, one thing would be fascinating would be not only extraterrestrial life, but if there were extraterrestrial intelligent life forms. That would definitely make us go back and say, maybe our understanding of perennial truths needs to be updated. Now, the way we look at it is this, not rather how he created. It's not a question of whether original sin, this Adam and Eve story, is true or not, but our understanding of how that played out. So it's growing in our understanding of perennial truth.
I think that's an interesting explanation there. And I think also if it were determined, Father, that would be an earthquake, would it not?
It would be. It would be. And especially involved in accepting.
Questioning the cosmology of the earth often leads to people doubting scripture and its author, and prepares the way for the overwhelming deception prophesied in Revelation chapter 9. Earlier it was stated, the Catholic hierarchy was presented with a perfect opportunity to lay deception to culminate in the final generation. The purpose for this intricate, multi-layered deception to deceive the world's masses and create a desired outcome. To usher the world into a united one-world religion with the Pope reigning supreme, the devil will create a problem. This problem among Earth's demand a solution. The solution will have a predetermined outcome. Our wise Creator has this culmination of deception in Revelation 9. And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven onto the earth. To him was given the key of the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace. And the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power as the scorpions of the earth have power. And it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of Yah in their foreheads. And to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months. And their torment was as the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man. And in those days shall men seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. And their power was to hurt men 5 months. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. The key to unlocking this prophecy is found in the phrase bottomless pit, from the Greek word abyssos, also translated deep in Luke 8:31. Demons beg to be sent into the swine rather than back to the bottomless pit, the same as the English word abyss. The star fallen from heaven refers to Satan, and when he is given the key to the bottomless pit, he releases hordes of demons onto the earth, appearing as an alien invasion from space, the first woe. These evil angels, as extraterrestrials, will have a distinct appearance and will launch a horrific attack on the earth, lasting for 150 literal days. The trumpets are both a solemn warning and a merciful vision. They warn probation will soon close and invite all on earth to accept Yahuwah's free gift of eternal life. Those who heed the trumpet's warnings show their loving gratitude by living in compliance to Yahushua's will and are in obedience to all the requirements of his divine law, including the fourth commandment. The trumpets are loving gifts to these living saints of Yahuwah, who, after the close of probation, stand in the sight of a holy Elohim without a mediator. Almost 2,000 years ago, well before a Roman Catholic or Jesuit ever appeared, this series of events was foretold. Does not the amazing foreknowledge of our Father truly strengthen our faith? The righteous will see the trumpets unfold as prophesied, and their courage is strengthened. They are led more steadily to rely on the promises of him who cannot lie. We know the alien invasion is the manufactured problem. Naturally, a representative of mankind will be chosen to negotiate a peace treaty with these invaders. The solution will be predetermined and under the direct control of Satan himself. Francis, the eighth and final pope, steps forward to negotiate this faux peace. A Jesuit has come under the direct control of demons by way of the spiritual exercises of Ignatius Loyola. Francis has previously ensured he has sympathetic ties with all religions. Thus, will be the logical choice as mankind's representative to establish a peace treaty with these invaders from outer space. This treaty will, 1. End the war exactly 150 days after it starts. 2. Place the Pope at the head of the New World Order as mankind's representative. 3. Place the Pope as mankind's savior at the head of a new, unified one world order and religion. As savior of the world, the Pope will then be in a perfect position to establish one common worship day for all, Sunday, calculated by the papal Gregorian calendar. This unification under one government and one religion will appear logical to those more desirous to have a traitorous peace in a sinful world than to live as is their Creator's way, which was in eternal life. These want only an easy way out, and will join and enforce Satan's new one world theory. All heads of state will hand their sovereignty over to the Pope, as Scripture explicitly spells out. And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast. These have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast. This is the event that begins the final struggle between the forces of good and evil. Under threat of continued extraterrestrial aggression, the peoples of Earth will come together to wage relentless war on all those who stand for Bible truth. Conscientious few who place the word of Yah above all earthly mandates will be seen as renegades. Individual religious liberty will be sacrificed for a promised yet finite safety. It is better for a few to perish, it will be argued, rather than the entire world is plunged into suffering under continued alien aggression. When the 5th seal was opened, John saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of Yahuwah and for the testimony which they held. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth? The answer given is portentous, and foreshadows the intense persecution that shall come upon the righteous under the first woe. During that time, many will be martyred for their faith, as they refuse to unite with the wicked world to worship on a day that pays homage to Satan, the great deceiver. And white robes were given unto every one of them. And it was said unto them that they should rest yet for a little season, until their fellow servants also and their brethren that should be killed as they were, should be fulfilled. For 500 years, this Jesuit conspiracy has taught the story of a globe Earth, circumnavigating the sun, itself spinning around the center of an immense galaxy, which likewise speeds with over billions of galaxies throughout limitless space. Within this immense realm, surely there are other varieties of intelligent life which inhabit other worlds. These lies climax with the alien invasion prophesied in Revelation 9. The ultimate hour when Francis, as Satan's representative, assumes leadership of the world while negotiating a peace treaty on behalf of the human race with the fallen angels. Then Satan will have achieved his long-desired goal to rule the earth. The first woe reveals the opening sequence of events in Satan's endgame to deceive the world. For centuries, the Jesuits have worked to convince the human race the world is round. This Jesuit Pope unites mankind in infamy, all under one government and one religion, none of whom will ever know the beauty of eternal life and this so very close to the second coming of Yahushua, the world's Messiah. Pope Francis then stands before those left upon the earth as their prime benefactor. The truth is, an extraterrestrial invasion is not possible within an enclosed earth. None would fall for this delusion with scripturally clear and a spiritually correct understanding of the layout of our earth and Yahuwah's universe. People who know the truth would quickly realize any extraterrestrials appearing in our closed system must then be demons. And any attempt to place the Pope at the head of a unified one-world religion would notoriously fail. The Pope would never be accepted as the savior of the human race in a brokered peace treaty with demons. The masses would see Francis colluding with fallen angels and turn from him with abhorrence.
So you may have heard of the secret oath of the Jesuits. I looked into that, and what I found is this book called the Monita Secreta. It's on openlibrary.org, and it was written by an ex-Jesuit, and it was published originally in the year 1723. And I didn't read the whole thing, but I just skipped through it. And so I just want to share a few things here. If you want to look more closely into it, I'll leave the link below. So it says the greatest possible care must be taken that these instructions do not fall into the hands of strangers. But if this should happen, let it be denied that these are the principles of the society, and let such denial be confirmed by those of our members whom we are sure know nothing of them. So it's saying there are some people within the order itself who don't know the ultimate agenda, which makes sense because we know a lot of organizations do that. A lot of secret societies do that. Chapter 1, it says, in order to render itself acceptable to the inhabitants of a place, the object of the society will be of great service. It is necessary to discharge the most humble duties in hospitals, to visit the poor and the afflicted and prisoners, that the principal inhabitants may be led to admire and love our people. So I'm just going to skim through what I've highlighted in here. And then it says, and cause them to be more liberal towards us. And then it says, all must learn the same outward manner. Be cautious in buying land. Let this be done in the names of some trusty and secret friends. Let the purchases which are adjacent to our colleges be assigned to colleges at a distance, by which means it will be impossible that princes or magistrates can ever have certain knowledge of the revenue of the society. So, I mean, they're trying to hide their revenue. And then it says, let the greatest amount be always extorted from widows. And let what is contained in the Roman treasury be kept secret. And this reminded me of Matthew 23, where it says, woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayer. And make long prayer for a pretense. I mean, that sounds to me like most of the church leaders that are in existence now. And there are probably a few that are truly sincere, but most that I've seen, they all use the same vocal inflections while they're doing it. So I mean, you can tell that they are reciting these prayers just to conform to a community. And it actually says that right here in verse 5 of Matthew 23. But all their works they do is to be seen by men. In other words, they're just doing it to be accepted by other people. It says they love the uppermost rooms at feasts and the chief seats in the synagogues, and greeting in the markets, and to be called of men, Rabbi, Rabbi. But Jesus says, do not be called Rabbi, because all of you are brethren. And do not call any human father. Your Father is in heaven. Neither be called masters. He that is greatest among you shall be your servant. And then again he says, woe unto you, hypocrites, for you devour widows' houses. And then Isaiah 10 also talks about this. It says, woe to them that decree unrighteous decrees, and that write grievousness which they have prescribed, that widows may be their prey. And then it says, without me they shall bow under the prisoners, and they shall fall under their slain. Because of course, all throughout the biblical text, it says, okay, their judgment is coming. And so this 18th century book right here, supposedly translated from the Jesuit secrets themselves, from an ex-Jesuit, says that the greatest amount should always be extorted from widows, and let what is contained in the Roman treasury be kept secret. Okay, well, everybody knows that the Roman treasury is filthy rich now. That's not a secret anymore. And we know the Jesuits vow their allegiance to the Pope above all. So their success at gathering wealth, which is what that book was talking about, is pretty much evident at this point. It's not a secret anymore, although they originally said they were trying to keep it secret several hundred years ago. I mean, this is the crown of jewels. Apparently it has sapphires, rubies, emeralds, and other gems covering it. Their robes, we know, are made of fine silk and linen, or fine linen and silk. And I'm not an expert on this, but in just a short search, I found at least 3 different thrones that the popes sit on, which I don't know why anybody needs to sit on a throne. I'm 100% certain that Jesus would not be sitting on a throne while people are lying in the street homeless and starving to death. I mean, and a true representative of Jesus wouldn't do that either. I think we pretty much all can see that, I mean, at this point. And so the agenda that the Jesuits had in this book, clearly they have been successful at that, because their agenda was to acquire as much wealth as possible for the church, and to do it at any means necessary. And so it's clear that they were successful at that they acquired their wealth and their status, and very successful at that. So, and this pretty much explains that they used really evil means of doing that. And then it says here in chapter 2, every means must be employed at the beginning, that we may gain the ears and minds of princes and leading men, so that there may not be any who may dare to rise against us. And then it says their evil deeds, interpret them favorably under the pretext that is for the common good. Not only that, it says right here, if the prince begins to do anything that's not acceptable, he must be encouraged and urged on. And it says here, those who are of great authority in the state, they must be used in subduing and restraining the sort of people who are oppressed to our society. So they're going to use the government to get rid of their enemies, or which are probably the good people in the world, the people that don't want to be part of it. And then it says, let our people so direct princes and illustrious men that they may appear to aim only at the greater glory of God, for their aim must not immediately, but gradually be directed to political and secular dominion. So very slowly over time, they're saying they want to take over the governments, basically. And then here, this is another one that's especially bad. It says, greater efforts must be made against those who attempt to set up schools for the education of youth. Let it be shown to princes and magistrates that these people will cause disturbance unless they are prevented. It's talking about people that just want to help children. They're to be demonized. And then it says here, concerning winning over rich widows to the society, it says that down here, they're going to do all these things that they may be more easily withdrawn from the conversation of visits and suitors. So they want these widows to remain lonely so they can take all their wealth and property. And then it talks about in what manner widows are to be secured and their property disposed of. So this pretty much explains why Jesus kept talking about widows all the time, saying those who, devour widows' houses. This is it right here. And then it says here, let the mothers be instructed to annoy their children even from infancy with reproofs, castigations, etc. And especially when daughters are grown up, let them be refused ornaments and apparel suitable to them. Then it talks about how they increase their revenue by accentuating those who are poor within their community, but keeping secret those who are wealthy. And I mean, that just shows you that they don't even take care of their own. They simply use their destitute to advance their own agenda. And then it says it's necessary to dismiss as an enemy whoever has alienated those who are devoted to the church or persuaded any rich person or any person well disposed to leave. And also it's necessary to dismiss those who show greater affection for their relatives when disposing of their property. So if someone wants to leave their house to their child, for example, then this society will not accept them and dismiss them as an enemy for simply wanting to give their own property to their children. And personally, when I was looking at this, the first thing I thought of was that this is the binding of the tares right here, because obviously they're taking in people that are really evil and making enemies of those that are actually good people. And I mean, it just immediately reminded me of Matthew 13, which says, gather first the tares and bind them in bundles to burn them. In other words, bind them in bundles in order to burn them. I mean, that's symbolic, but we know these texts are telling us a nuclear event is coming. That's the burning. And a great multitude will be saved from that, a multitude that can't be counted. But before that, the tares, the bad seed, will be bound together in bundles. So, I mean, that's just what this seems like to me. Because if you continue reading this, you'll see they're dismissing good people and keeping the bad. So they dismiss those who care for their relatives right here. And then not only that, they actually harass those people. It says, okay, those people that care about their relatives, well we're going to dismiss them, but that they may not afterwards complain of the cause of their dismissal, which was that they cared for their own family, then let them not be dismissed immediately. Instead, let them be harassed with chapters and public censures, and let them be restrained from recreation and conversation with strangers. Let them be deprived until they are driven to murmuring, and then let them be dismissed as persons pernicious to others by bad example. And then it goes on, it says they will also do this kind of thing to those who know their secrets. First, let them be persuaded to promise in writing that they will never write or speak anything injurious to the society, but at the same time, let the superiors preserve in writing their evil inclinations, failings, and vices, which they themselves have at some time given according to the custom of the society. So it's talking about their confessions right there. Their Catholic confessions will be used against them. Then it says, this is what's done to those who simply know their secrets and are dismissed. I mean, they might not even tell anyone the secrets their whole life, but just because they know some of the secrets, this is what is done to them. It says they are discredited and harassed simply because somebody suspected that they might tell the secrets later, not because they actually did anything. And by the way, this is still happening in our own day and age. I've been talking about that. I just uploaded a video on it. It's called organized stalking and harassment. So this is still going on. So I'll try to remember to link that below that video if you're interested in that. And then it says right here outright what they're doing is suppression. So let me just read through here. It says it must be contrived that we may keep up an intimate correspondence with someone in the family in which the dismissed reside, and as soon as anything is discovered blamable or deserving of censure, let it be spread amongst the common people by means of persons of inferior degree who are attached to us. So we're going to have somebody from the church spy on them, hopefully somebody in their own family, but if not, they're probably going to use somebody else. And if something bad is discovered, we're gonna tell everybody in the community. And then it says, but if they commit nothing worthy of censure and conduct themselves in a praiseworthy manner, then let their virtues and actions, which are deserving of commendation, be depreciated by subtle insinuations and doubtful expressions until the esteem and confidence which is attached to them is diminished. So basically, if you can't find anything bad on them, just make it up. Just imply that they're doing bad things. And then it just outright admits that it's suppression, that's what they're doing. Okay. And then it talks about recruiting the men, let them associate with us, taking care that familiarity does not produce contempt. Well, I mean, why would it produce contempt unless they knew that what they were doing was bad? And then I'm just going to go through the headings of these chapters right here. You can read it later if you want to. And then it says, showing publicly a contempt for riches. So even though they're trying to gather wealth, they want everybody else to think, oh, they're not interested in that. And it says it will be necessary to act more here's a good one. after they manipulate the wealth out of those widows, it says it's necessary to be more resolute, to act more resolutely and sternly with widows and other persons who have given most of their property to the society. So basically manipulate them into giving all their wealth and then treat them badly after that. And they talk about their methods of advancing the society. And then this at the end talks about the vows that their members take. I thought it was sort of strange how it says peculiar care in the education of boys. I'm not sure what that means. Then they promise special obedience to the Pope, blindly following whatever they're told to do by their superior, who they believe holds the place of Christ. And in this one, this person is vowing to depose and kill all the kings and princes who don't believe in their ideology. So that's pretty much it. We all know Pope Francis is the first Jesuit Pope. So we're just, there it is. That's what the Jesuit agenda was hundreds of years ago, at least part of it. And we've had ex-Jesuits come out recently and say that they were instructed to infiltrate Christian churches. So that's part of their agenda as well.
Hello, Poncho. You still asleep, brother? You there, Vinny?
Greetings, friends. I hope all is well. I hope I'm coming through clear. I think Pancho and Vince must be on a little break or other. Yeah, I come to there. Let me just mute that. I don't think anyone likes, maybe some people tolerate it more than others. I don't think anyone likes listening to their own voice and themselves expressing or trying to express their own thoughts. But hope all is well. I think my volume is coming through good. Pretty stormy night here in Ireland. One wild and winter's night, a band of robbers sat around the fire. Jack said to John, "Tell me a story." John said, "One wild and winter's night, a band of robbers sat around the fire," etc., etc. How you doing? I thought I might sing a song, take advantage of the quiet time, and also, let me turn down my volume a small bit. Also the day in it, the day being in it. I'll sing an old Irish song. Many of you mightn't have heard it before. I'm sure Del and Brian, Irish people, will have heard it. And yeah, I'm sure there's many songs been sung this time now. Things are just heating up about 10 o'clock in Ireland, so everyone will just be getting into the mood for another 4 hours of drinking. Oh gosh. Anyway, can you imagine the amount of sore heads tomorrow and other issues, I guess. So let me sing this anyway, and as usual, I hope it comes through okay, and we'll make do with the guitar. When apples still grow, I take down a key actually. When apples still grow in November, when blossoms still bloom from each tree, when leaves are still green in November, it's then that our land will be free. I wander her hills and her valleys, and still through my sorrows I see a land that has never known freedom, and only her rivers run free. I drink to the death of her manhood, those men who rather have died than to live in the cold chains of bondage, to bring back their rights were denied. Oh, where are you now when we need you? What burns where the flame used to be? Are you gone like the snow of last winter? And will only our rivers run free? How sweet is life, but we're crying. How mellow the wine, but it's dry. How fragrant the rose, but it's dying. How gentle the breeze, but it's high. What good is in youth when it's aging? What joy is in eyes that can't see? When there's sorrow and sunshine and flowers, and still only our rivers run free. apples still grow in November, when blossoms still bloom from each tree, when leaves are still green in November. It's then that our land will be free. I wander her hills and her valleys, and still through my sorrows I see a land that has never known freedom, and only her rivers run free, and only her rivers run free. Okay, thank you. That was Only Your Rivers Run Free, an old Irish traditional song. Maybe I could, no, well, it's not really a song you sing a little upbeat, but yeah. I hope that came through okay. St. Patrick's Day today, the whole country would have been knee deep in floats and parades and all this sort of stuff. And God, I didn't even look. I mean, God knows what sort of symbolism is encoded into, especially the more expensive parades, you know, where more work, or floats that more work has gone into, you know, that'll all be used for either selling or brainwashing purposes in one form or another. You can be absolutely sure of it now, more than ever. The propaganda tap has to overflow. I mean, because you know, there's so much truth coming their way, whoever they are, the liar's way, if you will, the deceiver's way. So yeah, I was thinking it would have been an idea to sneak in a flat, if you're that way inclined, a little flat earth float or something like that, or even a fucking flat earth sign around your head with a few balloons walking down the street. They couldn't stop you, could they? But yeah, plenty of sing-songs that we had tonight, that's for sure. But fuck knows, no fucker knows why. Some guy who's St. Patrick, he got rid of all the snakes out of Ireland. Oh, lovely, we'll fucking go boozing the whole day long and sing songs, lovely. Yeah, Wambra, just reading it was the Pogues. Well, traditional Irish song, Pogues sang it. But you'll find that many of these Irish songs have been covered by lots of different bands. I sang Parting Glass in Hillbillies today. But yeah, I don't think anyone claims sort of authorship, but they're traditional, so anyone's free to use them, you know. Open copyright, I guess you'd describe it. Punch and Pete might be on, Punch and Vince must be on a little hiatus. Vince was pretty tired today, he said. So you're let me roll a cigarette. Yeah, I started thinking about time. your sort of system gets a bit fucked up, especially thinking about it in flat earth terms as well. And yeah, Pete's clock is certainly fucked up relative to whatever someone would describe as a standard clock. I guess we all have a standard idea, you know, you get up at 7 or 8, you do what you have to do, get in, go back to bed, maybe 12, 1, just repeated cycle. Whereas when you're not limited, you can pretty much do what you want. And I guess we all decide, and ultimately how limited we really are. There's always confines, of course, isn't there? But I guess that just is totally dependent on the environment you choose to keep yourself in or put yourself in. And there's always an ultimate choice that is open to us all, I guess, at any stage, isn't there? But yeah, time is one of those strange things, isn't it? And especially when you realize then just how they fucked up with time. Time was already fucked up anyway when you consider a concept. But then they fucked up with it as well with the heliocentric calendar system, which is irregular. But it's like the in my opinion, it's like the 432 to the 440 hertz tuning. Just a little slight variation, you know, just a little tip off balance. And then you introduce that disharmony, that interruption, I guess. And it sort of, at a fundamental level, it changes everything because it's unnatural. It's not unnatural, but it is unharmonious anyway. And because everything goes back to water. Our own bodies are that percentage water. So if you're in an environment, or if you're in a frame of being yourself, that you're vibrating or exposed to vibrations of a harmonious manner, that will only serve you, won't it? And yeah, everything we're learning about water, or probably everything that's already been known, changes the game up everything in a big way again, you know. So, it's a cold March, windy evening here, close to the west coast of Ireland. Plenty used to those, but it's been a particularly mild winter. So I reckon we had a bad day today as well because they were out spraying yesterday. So usually you get build up a cloud later that evening and overnight, and they're probably spraying. I'm sure I heard them spraying again, you know, because you can't see them. And yeah, played 783 hertz, Felix. Wow, that's pretty low. What do you mean 783? I mean, yeah. By comparison, an a standard A note is 432 hertz, 432 hertz. So to play at 7 hertz, 430 hertz is 430 vibrations per second. So that would be inaudible. You wouldn't be able to. You'd be like, how low can you go? How low can, let me see how low I can go. I wanted Ponch to do this, but okay, let me okay. I was born under a wandering star. I think I can go lower than that. Not much though. I can feel it. I just, even before I did it there, my inner being told me, hey boy, you're taking on something that you're going to have difficulties with here. So it was like, I was born under a wandering star. That wasn't too bad. I wonder, can I go even lower? I was born under a wandering star. Wow, that's about the limit now. That's about, wow, I'm after hurting myself there, actually. No, I'm kidding, not too bad. I don't get panicky or anything. I'm grand. But that was a strain now. Try that yourself. I think I held it together though. You'd recognize the tune. I don't know how the rest of it goes. I guess we're all born under wandering stars, isn't that right? Just depends on which point in the sky you pick, and which angle depends on what shape above. Under a dome surface, well, that changes the angle. You can't say above is directly above your head, then, can you? I don't think it matters so much. But I do think that when astronomers, and especially more powerful telescopes that you do have, when you're looking up at the stars, it's pretty much just a microscope, you know, so you're looking at something that's pretty near, and you're dealing with lights as well. So, yeah, you're getting a false impression. And the further you think you're looking, the closer you're actually zooming in on the spot. So, again, 180-degree rule. Everything is flipped. I can't remember now. I did, yeah. I haven't had a drink. I haven't had any drink today. I'm not a big drinker, really. What's one thing that is booming is the alcohol business. You know, I find a few more questions are certainly been asked, but it's all too fucking slow for my liking. And I was kind of reading the other day, then not sure what the strategy is here, especially in the States where you have many states within the United States that have legalized cannabis. I'm not sure one of Trump's cabinet member coming out talking about how cannabis is just almost as bad for you as heroin, but not quite. It's sort of stupid talk. I'm not sure if it's provocation purposes or maybe to wake us as well into realizing the absurdity of the whole situation, you know. So, but we'll see how that pans out. But yeah, can you imagine the amount of beers drank worldwide tonight just for the sake of this one night? It's almost bigger than Christmas in a sense, because it's more compact, you know what I mean? Silly. But I guess there's plenty of Irish abroad as well, and you know, I guess it can be a lonely place sometimes. So you'll find not any sort of reason, but you know, any half-hearted reason to gather together to celebrate something. You know, just to break free from the norm. It's a pity. It's such an occasion. I mean, all the energy is given to the wrong causes as usual. It turns out St. Patrick, who was sold to us as a hero and who had a penchant for getting rid of snakes for some reason. Yeah, and that's all most people could tell you, and that's it. But in reality, he was one of the Inquisition, the early Inquisition, you know, who did away with all opposition to the ever burgeoning and spreading Christianity. So we can only imagine the horrors. But then again, what the fuck? How far back can we be assured of any sort of level of accuracy or truth? We can't anymore. But I think the way I think it works is with every story, there's always a sort of a counter story ingrained into the story. So once you get past the first layer, then you get to another layer. But you think then, because you're smart enough to make it past the first layer, that the second layer must be the truth. But generally, and more often than not, people are steps ahead of you. And it's generally not the truth, you know what I mean? But there'll always be cracks. In any line, there's always a crack. And I guess all of this sort of investigation just hones your skills, your person's skills, in whatever way it does for the individual. And as you sort of move on to try and understand different things, then you can use what knowledge and information you garnered beforehand That's what I was saying in Hillbillies as well. And I said it here before. When you do any investigations, especially if any news stories that are pushed at you and sort of front and center for days on end, chances are you're dealing with a hoax designed to sort of affect and sway public opinion in one way or another. And if you go in and you're of the mind to investigate further, if you go in with your fakery glasses on, being aware that media fakery is a big tool in their arsenal, and you'll be on the lookout for signs. And you know, if you go in with that attitude, as opposed to just, like I said, let's say taking the official story as a starting point and moving from there, well, you'll cut out a lot of time. I think in a lot of cases, not saying for every case, but you cut out a lot of time in a lot of cases, and it'll be self-evident as well. It would only where you'd end up with the latter way about investigating anyway, for the most part. So yeah, so pretty much every official story. So in other words, the official story by Patrick is that he was a good guy who saved Ireland from sin and beyond, I guess. And then the next level, you dig down, and he was a genocidal maniac, you know, who with an iron fist pushed through Christianity over the indigenous belief systems, mostly pagan, you know, which pagan has been turned into a dirty word again. All these words have been dirtied. And yeah, so, but again, who's to say that that's just another layer of the story, you know what I mean? It could be completely fabricated history. A man might never have existed at all. Who's to know? Any number of possibilities are there. And again, I find it interesting that the snakes are mentioned. Dell talks about the snakes being the pagans. I think there's a more literal, maybe. Well, who knows? I mean, if you look up the Vatican connection to reptiles, then you'll see a few videos out there that would open your eyes, you know. So in what sense could it be literal? Well, that's another matter, isn't it? Let me have a cigarette anyway. And if there's no one here, I might sing another song. I have to think about what song that might be. It was on one fine March morning I bid New Orleans adieu, and I took the road to Jackson Town, my fortune to renew. I cursed all foreign money, no credit could I gain, which filled my heart with longing for the lakes of Pontchartrain. I stepped on board a railroad car beneath the sun, and I rode the rods till evening, and I lay me down again. Old strangers, they're no friends to me, till the dark girl towards me came, and I fell in love with the Creole girl by the lakes of Pontchartrain. I said, me pretty Creole girl, my money here's no good, and if it weren't for the alligators, I'd sleep out there in the wood. You're welcome here, kind stranger, our house is very plain, but we never turn a stranger out by the lakes of Pontchartrain. She took me into her mommy's house and treated me right well, and the hair upon her shoulder and yet black ringlets fell to try and paint her beauty. I'm sure it would be in vain, so handsome was my Creole girl by the lakes of Pontchartrain. I asked her if she'd marry me. She said that there could be, for she had got a lover and he was far at sea. She said that she would wait for him, and true she would remain till he returned to his Creole girl on the lakes of Moonshine. It's fairly well, my Creole girl, I'll never see you more. I'll never forget your kindness in the cottage by the shore, and at each social gathering a flowing bowl I'll drain, and I'll bring a house to my Creole girl by the lakes of Pontchartrain, and I'll bring a house to my Creole girl by the lakes of Pontchartrain. Yeah, the Lakes of Pontchartrain, an American folk song. It's Paul Brady, an Irish songwriter, going back years. And that's the sort of version I sang there, so I like that as well. And I think a Creole girl is, I don't know, a lady with big boobs or something like that. I don't know, not sure. No, I'm kidding. It's like Pocahontas or something like that is what I'm thinking, yeah. And then you have the lakes of Pontchartrain, which is Poncho, as I've often showed the picture of the bridge of Pontchartrain. That must be a huge area. And not sure if the lyrics were part and parcel of the original melody, but very good.
Did you say part and parcel?
I said part and parcel, Dave.
Henry concurs.
Yeah, part and parcel. So, I mean, God knows, I think everything is built on something else. So God knows what the original tune was and what the original theme was. You know?
I just popped in. I don't know what you're even talking about. I just heard you say part and parcel.
Okay. Okay. It just shows you then, Dave, you missed a whole different story that led up to the part and parcel bit. So
Didn't I?
Trying to explain
I'm always
that.
missing out on the good shit.
Yeah.
Now you gotta repeat it.
All shit comes by eventually, good and bad. It will always cross your path.
I heard you say Pontchartrain. That's the bridge over Lake Pontchartrain, Platte.
Yeah. Not sure how big Lake Pontchartrain is.
That bridge is long as fuck, man. It's maybe 10. I don't know. It's long. Pontchartrain's a big old expanse in Louisiana. I guess it's the end of the Mississippi River, maybe, or something. That's where the Mississippi comes out.
Well, maybe. I thought Mississippi flowed to the Caribbean, though.
No, the Mississippi lets out in the Gulf of Mexico via New Orleans. That's why that city is there.
Really? Okay. I'm going to type that into Google
Type
Earth.
it in. See if my memory serves.
How big it actually is. What do you think, Dave? Little,
I've driven over that bridge.
So
It's long.
Because I did so well in Poncho's behind Kuiper's porthole quiz, give you a chance to. So, what do you think? The biggest distance across the lake. What do you think? What's your best guess?
I want to just get the length of that bridge. That would probably be an easier thing to find out.
Okay.
I'm guessing 10 miles. It's a rough guess. I think Pontchartrain might be a French word because who was it? Jefferson bought Louisiana from Napoleon in the Louisiana Purchase. So the French named a lot of those places over there previous to the United States.
I wonder, was there any catches to the contract? Hey?
No doubt. But Napoleon got his cash, though, I guess. I mean, how should I know? But
we wouldn't get to hear, would we, Dave? How would we know? Like, oh, here we go. We're zooming in. Oh, action. Hang on.
Are you screen sharing? No, you can't because Poncho has controls. So.
I wouldn't want my friends to miss out, and I'll take out the link. Although I know what I'm doing because I've done this before. Now, the only problem is I probably won't be able to screen share it with the main.
No, I think Poncho has control of the screen. If we can get him to wake up and give us controls, then that would be a different story. Or come back, or wherever he is.
You can see anyway, Dave, can you?
Come back, Poncho.
See my screen, Dave.
Negative. Oh, wait, I could click on it. Let's see. Yeah, okay. What do you got? Google Earth there?
Okay, so we're going to zoom in.
Yeah, we're zooming in on Louisiana.
Lake Pontchartrain. I'm thinking it will be.
Are you going to type it in or just go by eye?
Here we go. Wow, that's pretty big, Dave.
It's a great big old expanse.
So we'll just zoom out for a little. So here we go. Way down in
A
Louisiana.
lot of water down there. It's all water.
So
I was working on a fishing
it's a
boat
shame.
right outside of Delacroix.
Yeah.
That
You
would
like that?
probably be
That's a
around
great song, isn't it,
Pontchartrain.
Dave?
What's that?
That's a great song, Tangled Up in Blue.
Tangled Up in Blue. You covered it once. You did a good job, as I recall.
I sang that a few times. So we'll measure across here.
Did you
So
get the
we measure
ruler tool
across.
out? Yeah, you got the
Yep.
ruler tool.
Wow, it's longer than what we thought, Dave. It's 23 miles.
Wow.
And that's
But I
not
don't know
even
if
the
the
longest
bridge goes right
span.
across the center. The bridge might
The
be a
longest
little
span
faster.
would be roughly 41, 42 miles.
Is it not connected to the Mississippi River?
Really too much. I'm guessing there's a minor connection, a minor runoff.
I think it
Let
lets out
me
into the Gulf, too. It's not fresh water, I don't think.
go back a bit.
Maybe it's brackish. Maybe it was a lake at one time. I'm almost positive the mouth of the Mississippi is in New Orleans. Guess I could be wrong. Maybe I better search it.
Let's have a look, Dave.
Can you pull back a little and follow the Mississippi down?
So here's the Mississippi.
Yeah, it's the border between Louisiana and Mississippi, and then it empties
So
out.
the Mississippi goes through Baton Rouge, right?
If you say so. I see Baton Rouge there on the map.
Dave?
It looks like Baton Rouge is on the side, not touching the Mississippi from what I can see, but I don't
Let's
know.
go to the coast. I get up a river. Yeah, will it view? Let me see.
I don't know if it's even showing the Mississippi River.
Hang on, let me just see if there's if they show sunlight. No, we don't need that. We switch between. No, the rivers are not popping up so easily, are they? Taking it enters into the
Lafayette, that's another.
many different fronts down here. Here we go. Look, Dave. There's Lake Pontchartrain, and here we got the Mississippi Delta.
Okay.
So this obviously goes down. This is Mississippi.
Oh, that's it, winding right through the peninsula.
Delta.
There. Okay. How weird. Doesn't the delta fan out and go into the Gulf in many spots? I think that's what a delta was.
Yeah.
Where they grew their cotton. You got the slaves, had the slaves picking it. Cotton picking slaves. Detroit even sounds like a French name if they pronounced it correctly, huh? They were way up in Michigan too, those Frenchies. Or maybe Detroit is like an Indian name, and they indigenous peoples.
You wonder what the Statue of Liberty really signifies.
Ask the French sculptor that made it. And he made two of them, you know. There's another one in France that's, I think, the same or very similar.
That's right.
Have you analyzed it?
Apparently, so there can only be one. There can only be one original.
If you read the story, apparently it sat in boxes in like some basement in New York for maybe like a decade or close to a decade, and then some mason did a fundraising thing to have it all installed and everything, because it was real expensive to put back together and all that. And they had to do a fundraiser. Or that thing would still be in boxes. Carl likes Black Sabbath. That's not good, Carl.
Have a look at that link, if you will, in your own time, about the layout of London
Okay.
specifically, and all the different Egyptian connections, and again, how everything is purposefully laid out in a preconceived way.
Like the streets of Washington, D.C. and stuff. You ever look into that one?
Everything, So
there's even an owl in the streets of D.C.
ever as it appears. Let me put it into chat here.
This is Babylonian London, Nimrod, and the Secret War Against God by Jeremy James. And who is he?
I have no idea, but he's listing more so than anything else. I don't know anything about. Oh, it's a pretty long. Lorraine posted it in the chat, but basically it breaks down the different centers and points in London, which all connect to ancient philosophies, and especially Egyptian, and everything has sort of been designed in and around to reflect, as above, so below principle, So he just details that, obviously, in great detail. And he has some pretty good finds, and when you just dig beneath the surface, all this stuff is awaiting your introduction, I guess. And these are the real reasons, you know what I mean? This is
like the Babylonian Bankers, written by, who's that guy that wrote Brotherhood of the Bell? I'm gonna have to
not sure.
He's surprised you haven't come across this guy before. Have you ever heard of that book, The Brotherhood of the Bell?
I can't. It's not ringing any bells anyway, Dave.
It's about the Nazi bell.
Oh, I've heard of that. I just
it levitated and shit. Made the time
well, I absolutely believe they've long mastered all this stuff, and they're well advanced in technological levels.
Oh, here it is. Joseph P. Farrell, Farrell. He wrote it's called the SS Brotherhood of the Bell, NASA's Nazis, JFK, and Magic 12. This guy's name is Joseph P. Farrell. And the books sell on Amazon. He did one about the Babylonian bankers too. I can, let's see, give you a link to his site if you want it.
Good evening, boys and girls.
There he is. Swinging in through the window.
I just woke up. Can't believe I fell asleep.
His site is gizadeathstar.com, in case you're interested. He's full of shit in some ways. He believes in the ball. But he has that Babylonian banker information and shit.
Gatey's got me on watch. As soon as I release something, he's got to make his message known. It's all right, Gatey. I never let you on my page anymore. You're a dick.
Oh, it's a nap.
Good.
Have you ever heard of this Giza Death Star guy?
Meeting of the Flat Earth Society. tries to prove it's round. But if proof is what I found, they do the things they say. Faith is what we all say. I will a little tough and cold. People from my generation feel the truth before I get old. Not just fake animation. Examination, baby. Why don't you all just fade away?
Fade away. Okay, it went up. Sorry, Dave.
Were you just testing your newest upload?
It works, yeah.
Talking about disinformation. According to Carl Stenbeck.
Oh, that was a good line. Talking about disinformation. Damn it. What do you think of that?
Why didn't you think of that? Now you got to redo it.
I can't think of everything.
Carl's always got the rhyming lines, doesn't he?
Mm.
For the known songs.
We'll have to make sure he's present next time I write a song.
Yeah. Every time you're redoing the words of a song, check with Carl.
Mm.
Oh, I missed Pete Shea's musical interlude. Darn it.
He was good, wasn't he?
Oh, I don't know. I missed it.
Oh, he woke me up. I woke up to him singing.
Oh. I heard him cover some Irish song on Hillbilly this morning. I guess the guy with the lava lamp is Irish too, eh?
Brian, yeah.
Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Does he live inside that, or is that his shed?
No, he's got an house.
So that's like his clubhouse or whatever. Where
Has to stop his missus going fucking mad at him for swearing and.
Right. So he's out there in the doghouse, sort of. I'm out in the doghouse right now too. He has a pretty nice shed, I gotta say. That wood looks clean. In Maui, that thing would be all dusty and covered with spider webs and shit. We were checking out Lake Pontchartrain right when you showed up with Pete Shea. And he determined that it was 20 miles across by 40 miles or something. That lake, Lake Pontchartrain. The whole thing's flat as the top of water should be. It's a hilarious chain. You go, the surface of a glass of water, completely flat. The surface of your sink of water, completely flat. The tub of water, completely flat on top. A lake, completely flat on top. But then when they get to the ocean, oh no, that's a ball, that's round.
Oh no.
It's like, talk about like a non-following of logic. It just doesn't work. It's a miracle they got people to believe that the water curves around like that.
Caved water, Dave.
And the air.
Just the very
How does the air and the water stick to that ball?
Mm-hmm.
That makes no sense. 2 + 2 definitely equals 5 in our world.
Negator would not want to debate me, Carl.
He was here this morning.
That's what Carl just said. He would
All
not
he
want
did
to
was
debate me.
say, "Oh, you like lying, Dave?" He was telling me I'm a liar. That's all he can friggin' say. Oh, you're a liar.
He's the liar. He don't even like talking to me.
Because
all he does, as long as it's not about balls.
It's like a 4-year-old tactic. They just take whatever you say and say the opposite, and that's the argument. It's like there's no intellect there at all.
There's no proof there either.
That too. He basically just takes whatever flat earthers say and repeats it. Like if we say we want proof of the ball, he says he wants proof of the flat. if we say the ballers are lying, he calls us liars. It's just whatever we say, he just sends it right back to us. It's like the oldest 4-year-old tactic in the world.
But has he got any proof? Nope.
Absolutely not. He's just arguing with us.
Mm-hmm.
He claims his proof is the full cunt's pendulum.
Oh no, not the full cunt's pendulum. Give me a break, though.
He hits me with that every time. From the day one, I had my first hangout. Here's Negatorix. Check out.
Ask him why there are not multiple focal points in the same room. All set to swing at the same time. Because if what you say is true, if they're all the weight and they're all the same thing, they'll all move exactly the same, right?
In theory, but I bet you could get, you know how they're saying this, I don't know if you were here, but Brian was saying that they ran a test by, they would will Larry to win at the casino, like 20 people all saying, you know, win Larry, win, or whatever, thinking it. And he friggin' pulled, you know, he won 3 times in a row on the machines even.
What, Larry Sideburns?
Yeah. And so, like, if people could affect that, I bet you could get 20 people concentrating on that pendulum and get it to spin the other way and shit. Because I know people use pendulums, small pendulums, to as a dowsing tool. Like they ask a question and to the whatever whoever they're asking, you know, the spirits in the ether, whatever they are. And if it spins clockwise, the answer is yes. Counterclockwise, it's no. Have you ever heard
like
of
when you hold it over a baby, a chain over a baby's, a mother's stomach when she drew a baby.
Yeah, that's probably a type of dowsing. Is that so they can guess the sex or something?
Yeah. Goes one way, it's a boy, the other way, it's a girl.
Yeah, that's dowsing, a type of dowsing. And they use a pendulum. They swing in either direction.
Mm-hmm.
They're not affected by the spin of the earth or that whole shit. That wouldn't work. They'd always do the same thing.
They'd all go in the same direction, yeah.
And that's been his go-to. I've, you know, a year and a half, I've been doing this. Like I said, my very first hangout, there he was telling me about Foucault's pendulum. We didn't kick him out right away. We just said we weren't interested. We thanked him for his suggestion and told him, you know, we're done. We're not talking with you anymore. And he just left.
Thanks for your lies, Nedge.
I think someone banned him this morning, though, because he just kept saying you're a liar and stuff. Somebody had to ban him.
Yeah, he's the liar.
What a job he has, huh? You think he's doing that for his own, for fun? I kind of doubt it.
No. I've got that footage of him saying, I fell for my own shit.
Right. He's just always there.
It's got to be. They're paid.
Yeah.
Because they all get rinsed. They don't like it. You know, Jem Panda got fucked off the other morning. He didn't like that.
The hilarious thing is, if you go and check one of their hangouts, they're acting like they're 100% confident that we're just crazy wrong and they've won the argument. But they're talking about you the whole time.
I know. But that's because I just turned on them all, didn't I?
Yeah,
like,
you
fuck
used to go
you.
to Fed.
There you go. I mean, anybody who wants to still debate that shit, you know, you fucking lost the plot. I can understand for the newbies that want to come along and have a go, but the information's there that just destroys these people. You don't even have to talk to them.
But they always hold their ground, it seems like. I mean, I've never heard one of them say, well, you might be right. It could be flat. They're always just like, no, you're lying. No, you're lying.
Everything's no. It don't matter what it is. Jimmy Savile's a pedo. No.
Yeah. That's the sum total of their argument. No, it isn't.
There were no planes in 9/11. No. Everything's no.
Yes, there were.
Well, that's how you know when you're talking to a shill. Because they deny everything, like Mark Taylor, like Jem Panda, like Nedge. They all deny everything. There's nothing they can admit, not one thing.
No, there's some people that will go as far as saying NASA faked the photos, but we still went to the moon and we're still on a ball.
Yeah, people like Jed, they're in the same boat. Don't give me that.
But it's still like, well, why even go that far if you're going to still say that they went to the moon and we're on a ball?
Mm-hmm.
Of what? I mean, there are possible scenarios where they had to fake the footage because they didn't go there the way they said they did or whatever. But I can't. I'm finding it pretty hard to believe that anyone has ever come close to getting to the moon or going. You know, obviously not landing on it, but even hitting it with anything, I'd be surprised if that even happened.
No one's even been close to it. I don't even think it's something you can land on.
I don't either. I don't think you could even hit it.
Not from this
Maybe.
side of the dome.
Have you? I mean, the other day I watched that. It's a 24-hour stream. These guys can start their streams, like some of them started last year. I don't know how they keep them running the whole 24/7 without restarting them, but it's just a piece of fake footage of some Japanese satellite going over the surface of the moon, and it shows the blue marble in the distance. I mean, there isn't 1 second of that doesn't look totally fake. It's hilarious, but yet somehow people believe that to be real footage. It boggles my mind that people are that observant, I guess, if you will.
It's incredible, isn't it? How you doing, Pete?
Hello, Pete. I fell asleep on Brian, man. Tell him I'm sorry when you see him.
I commented earlier on, Vince is tired as well. Time sort of takes on a different meaning, doesn't it?
It does when you do this, yeah.
Yeah. We've been told long enough exactly what time is and what should be done.
It's Friday, Saturday. What day is it?
Yeah. It's Friday today, St. Patrick's Day, of course. And yeah, but who gives a fuck? Like, you know, more naming stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But Dave asked why most people don't give anything due care and consideration, and that's why they just look at it briefly on the news or read it in the newspaper and pass by, you know, just maybe read it as an article of interest, but otherwise not give it too much thought, and that's how they get away with this shit. But once you see it and you're of an inquisitive mind, well, then there's no going back, because you find this fakery everywhere, you know. And it's nonsense. It's an insult to our intelligence at this stage. I mean, who could look at Pluto, Dave, and then the shots that came, Pluto the dog, and then the shots that came in from Pluto of the planet?
Oh no!
You know, come on, who can look at that and say someone's yanking my chain, someone's pulling my leg? You know, it's nonsense.
And then you'll get someone to argue with you. Oh no, that's a real picture. And you're like, and it's not just someone; it's most people. It's like,
yeah.
How do you even deal with that?
Peter's exactly right. And I've described it as they all sing from the same hymn sheet. So they all agree on there's no conspiracies ever. That's a no conspiracy crew ever. People, you know what I mean? And it doesn't stand to reason. They're too intelligent and they're too smart. So then they must be playing a game, and that probably involves a wage, you know. And call it for what it is. It's a war of sorts, you know. It's a real war, I guess. This is the only war we know, and it is a war. There are casualties, and big casualties, the innocence of us all, and especially of our children, you know. So that's, when we look at it in those terms, it takes on a different meaning. But most people, yeah, even if you could convince them to look twice at something like the sex in the clouds or Pluto, they'll sort of make an excuse for it and just move on to whatever else they're thinking about. So you do have to have some sort of a passion, and do have to sort of realize that these things are important to get pissed off about, and you know, to realize you are being fooled. No one likes to know they're being fooled. I think deep down a lot of people know that something very fucking shady is going on, but they're afraid to sort of broach it, you know what I mean? Because if they open up one thread, then the whole thing might unravel. And deep down they know that's a big shock to the system in potential anyway.
Yes, I totally agree. For half of them, the jobs are going to be gone out of. Astrophysicists, all these jobs gone. We made them up, people.
Half the crap in the universities would have to be redone.
Mm-hmm. It's nonsense, isn't it? Everything is simple, Pete. Everything is always simple. We're just looking at it from a skewed perspective, and that's how we've been, I guess, indoctrinated and taught and brainwashed into. And now that we clean our brains somewhat, we can realize that everything is simple. So, yeah, complete opposite is where they take us. They take us into thinking in terms of 10 dimensions. I mean, it's impossibility, you know what I mean? They take us into thinking in terms of trillions upon trillions of years, and you know, the exact opposite in terms of micrometers and picometers and all this, and picoseconds. It's all nonsense. It's all unnecessary interference, I guess, with a natural. Now again, what is the natural mechanism behind everything? Well, that's a different story, isn't it? Many different ways you can go there, but that we're dealing with a different mechanism than the one that we accepted as being natural beforehand is for sure. And yeah, they don't want us going there. They want us stuck. They want us just, it's all about leaving shit to authority. People in authority, no matter what that authority is, the common man will just leave it to them, you know, and trust in the system. And this is where it all ties in with evolution and Big Bang theory. If you have in your brain, Pete, the truth, let's put it like that, because the men in white coats tell you that you came from nothing, and evolution is a positive sort of progressive thing, and we're at a sort of a pinnacle. Even if it has its problems, we're at some sort of a pinnacle now relative to previous times. If you have that sort of swimming around in your consciousness, then you're going to tolerate stuff that you mightn't ordinarily tolerate if you realize that everything, your whole origins, your whole history was completely different. And that's what Flat Earth does. It takes the spotlight away from the infinite nothingness of the universe and places it back on you, man, on you, listener, on you, being, and on this flat Earth, enclosed realm of ours, you know, and all its wonders. So, yeah, that's the amazing part. It's brings us sort of deep into reality. Now, that reality in itself is fantastical and wondrous in itself. As you know, we had some trouble with the term magical, but I mean it in the pure sense, you know, and because I couldn't think of a different word, how to describe it to myself even, you know, and that's the real world, and it's far more wondrous in potential than anything that the fake world had to throw up at us, you know, and literally it was thrown up at us.
And yes, they teach us the Occam's razor. They got all that bullshit, but then they also tell us the truth, and Occam's razor is usually get you the correct answer.
Yeah.
But then they tell us this whole myriad of lies, and but we don't notice.
We still don't even know if we have the truth. We know we don't have the truth. You know, so what is one man's truth when you try to compare? What are we comparing here? My idea of a bigger overall package with Dave High's idea, you know, or you know, we even get stumped on those terms, those basic terms. But yeah, we're definitely going towards some sort of a greater truth. Anyway, we know we can rule out the spinning ball. Every sense, on every sense. If you type it now, just the daily videos, some fantastic stuff coming. It's sort of, you're inundated with it. Some fantastic stuff coming out, you know, and some fantastic conversations being had as well. And I think the divisions are sort of been said a bit more. Ed's channel is sort of dying out, you know what I mean, and Tim's are isolated. Whereas I see there's a lot more, some more communication between different hangouts here and different channels. You know, some people are going to different places and there's no animosity or hard feelings or anything. And I see that as a sort of a natural process anyway. These sort of formats ironing out the problems, and you have to come through the difficulties to be able to do that anyway, you know. And by the way, Pete, I love that's a great idea for the game, whoever come up with that.
What, Kuiper's window?
what did I call it? Behind Kiefer's portal. But you know, a great idea. Yeah, you could. That has legs, definitely.
Speaking of legs, you know, then I was reading about the legend of Maui, and supposedly the sun used to go by too fast and the day was too short, and so Maui caught the sun, which is a whole story in itself how he did that. But the sun had a bunch of legs, and he chopped half of them off, or some of them, or whatever, and then that slowed the sun down to where it is now, to where a day it gives you enough time to like let the plants grow and do what you got to do. And all that.
Immediately it occurs that the legs might be trees, Dave.
I don't know what. I don't know. I'm just saying that sparked. I just read about that recently. I knew about generally what the story was, but I found out he had cut some legs off the sun.
Very interesting. Immediately the connection goes to my mind. Imagine you have the force of two magnets sort of combining against a opposing force. If you take one of those magnets away, obviously it will have an impact on the situation. And yeah, I've talked about the trees before, you being a sort of a support for the central core, you know. So if you have a distributed force, you'll have a different backdrop than if those legs, as you say, were removed. And the sun then goes all wonky. So that's the way I see it, that everything was
Didn't go
once
all wonky.
projected.
He just slowed it down to what we got now. He improved the situation.
Yeah. Well, everything was once projected onto a flat, I'm relatively flat sky, if you will. The support legs were removed, and the projection remains the same, but the projection screen has all become distorted. You know what I mean? Because of the removal. That's the way I see it. So.
Anyway, that would kind of require the idea that the sun's going around on top of a flat plane. You know, I mean, that's ancient legend already. So it's not like we came up with this shit.
Yeah. They all knew it. I saw a video of Brian Cox there just recently, and he's talking about no one ever believed the Earth was flat. It's a blatant lie. I mean, how can you sort of get away with
it was the weird
like
thinkers, guys, that with their thought experiments is, what if the sun is still and we're going around it, even though it looks the exact opposite? You know, it's just one of those. And then
they're aiming their stuff at children at this stage, or that's how I feel anyway. But I guess most people don't feel the same as us. So who knows what they're taking on board and what they are taking seriously, but it's all nonsense.
It's weird. We were taught to think of primitive thinking as being really friggin' stupid. Now that we understand that, you know, about that we're the heliocentric model. What a mind fuck. How is that? They told us that the old guys were wrong and stupid, but in reality, they were making us dumb down.
Yeah, everything is flipped.
Yeah, like you said many times.
That's the best way to do it. You know, if I want to trick you, Dave, I'm going to send you in exactly 180 degrees, exactly the opposite direction. A little bit either way, and you're either coming back one way or the other. You know, so exactly 180 degrees have the best chance of fooling you, keeping you as far away from the truth as is possible.
It does seem like it would have come from some rotten bastages like the Jesuits, though. I mean, I don't know if it was them or whatever, but had to have been done as a plot, you know, like to literally get everybody off on their back foot, like as they're raised, so they were much easier to control that way.
Yeah.
Just like in the book 1984. Except for the you know, what do you call the physical attributes of the societies aren't quite what this book said, but they had that idea where it didn't really matter where the war was, if it was even a real war. It was just wherever the big brother told them the war was that mattered. And then it would be like on TV, and it would be something for them people to talk about and stuff. exactly how it is now.
That's it. Throw in the occasional fake bombing for news and propaganda purposes, and give the masses their alcohol, their television, and their lotteries, you know, to keep them distracted and occupied while
Yeah,
you
their
get on with
entertainment,
business, you know.
their plays and their Hollywood and their music,
That's it.
their tattoos. That's culture creation, though. That they're the entertainment. That's why that's so prevalent, because it really works, in my opinion. They got people wrapped around their fingers just by watching these singers and shit.
I think I found another. I want you. Let me share the screen. Pete, there's a Marx. I saw it on Mark Sargent when he has all the little and sexiest astrophysicist alive, and I've never heard of her before, so I looked her up. Eileen Perez is her name, and I'm guessing she'd be well known in those circles, the academic circles. But well, when I looked at her with my eyes, let me just get rid of that hangout. When I looked at her with my eyes, you'll never guess what I saw. Okay, let me just share that. Yeah. You'll never guess what I think, Pete. What do you reckon?
Hang on.
Apparently she has a YouTube channel and everything. And a big following. But can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm to learn everything we've learned, Pete. That's the first thing you look for when you look at a pretty woman these days.
Adam's apple.
Well, you look to see if there's any possibility. So we have a few indications here. First of all, I would say look at the strong jawline.
Square chin.
That's it. It's a very square chin. Also look at the eyebrows and the ridges here. You look at the sort of the bony hands, and the shoulders look a bit large. But let me just skip through a few. You know, again, if you look closely, there's something not quite right going on. But there's a few pictures, especially. Look at this. For me, that's a man dressed as a woman, Pete. That's all I can say. Wouldn't that be beautiful to... No, that's not her now. Here we go. Look at this one here. Come on. Come on now. But she being some sort of a spokesperson as well, wouldn't that turn out beautifully if she was a man? Because I mean, it's just a beautiful indicator of the sort of twisted fantasy we're all wrapped up in. She's a big pusher of traditional astrophysics, and look at this. Come on. So apparently, while she's big enough to have made it onto Mark Sargent's slideshow, so I've never heard of her before, but here, look. I let it, yeah, they're the basic ones.
I've never heard of her. Eileen Perez, is that her name?
Eileen Perez, yeah. So apparently she's been given the label the sexiest astrophysicist alive. And I just saw her on Mark Sargent's slideshow. But yeah, I think we're dealing with another man here, and it'd be typical and just more of the same. Where does it end? But it's just mockery as well, you know. And again, it's just like twisting truth completely upside down. And that's exactly what we're in the midst of within the heliocentric model and beyond, Big Bang model. All you have to do is ask yourself, how did they go about? How did they start off proving that the Earth is a spinning ball given of dimensions given and of the nature given? How did they start? What's their initial starting?
I went to the stupid village in the whole world and took over there first.
Yeah. It's all about us accepting assumptions, Pete, no matter where you teach it, where you push it. If the inquiring mind doesn't accept the assumptions, then everything falls apart. Everything. You know, that's the first thing you would look for, isn't it? If you were theorizing about a spinning ball, to show that you were on a spinning ball, you would look for curvature and you would look for movement, you know, or indications thereof. If you can't find them, then you have to let that go. And I haven't seen any proof, Speed. I haven't seen any indications whatsoever. I'm not sure about you. I'm not sure if you've looked into it or anything. Or threw out the questions. But of course, you have been throwing it out for 60 days now. And yeah, not one indication. So any reasonable theorizing would say, well, then we got to leave that go. That's clearly not the case before we continue and cast it aside. But no, it's just taken for granted. And then everything else follows, the astronomical distances, the celestial motions, you know, all the rest.
Hi. Well, they're not going to be able to show us it because they couldn't do it 100 years ago. In fact, every test they did to try and prove motion 100 years ago proved that we weren't moving and everything moved around us, which then places us at the center of the universe, which screwed up everything. Literally.
Yeah.
That would have screwed up evolution. It would screwed up everything because if you're not spinning, then how can you be on a ball? You can't.
It all ties in with the Federal Reserve then, Pete, and then World War I.
To take over the federal gold supply, yeah.
Takes over, and then again, once you can control the money, then you can control the education. And it's just, and again, how do we know? It could have been, for all we knew, 90% of the populations 100 years, or let's say late 19th century, knew that the Earth was flat. We're just getting certain siphoned information, you know, which gives us the opposite impression. Again, we're taught that it's like second nature, you know, they knew it all the way back to ancient Greece. But again, it's just more storytelling and more directing, you know. It is nonsense. You could have a picture of Kuipers looking at this picture here, Peter.
I've just downloaded it off Dave.
You have Kuipers outside her window, looking out his window.
I know, I was always thinking that.
Looking at an infinite regression.
That would be funny. Or just get her head. We could isolate just her head and have her looking back at herself.
I'm dancing with the man in the mirror.
Of course, we have the Kuiper belt as well, as part of the is it an asteroid type of belt somewhere out there. So I'm sure it's he was chosen purposefully. But sure, even when you think about Scott Kelly and his wife Gabriella Giffords, when you think about this whole connection, you know what I mean? Not only do you have to fake a space, yeah, not only do you have to fake a space, but you have the fake wife being fake shot in the head, you know.
I know.
it's crazy stuff. What's going on at all? It's a cartoon. Our lives are a cartoon. Not well, they're not really. But if we believe all this stuff, we were living in just a complete fantasy. Every aspect is controlled. I'm glad I shook myself clear of it.
What do you think about that Greek tycoon that Jackie married?
Oh, nonsense. I don't think. I think that's just part of the script. Onassis, yeah.
Yeah, Onassis.
Yeah, well,
there was
Kenny
no
didn't.
other connection. Just it was a random rich guy.
Well, my best sort of guess was that Kennedy didn't die, so he went to a quiet zone, and maybe there was an island over there or something. So she used that as an excuse to visit the island. But other than that, it's just part of the script, you know. And
probably bankers, you know, they need to combine the resources or whatever.
It's all just theater. I mean, when you consider that, I'm not saying any of this is, but when you consider that Jackie Kennedy might have played the role of Marilyn Monroe. These are actors, after all. I mean, you think of your favorite actor and the sort of diversity of roles they have played, and you know, when you consider that these might be real possibilities, well, then you're into a different realm, a different way of thinking, I guess. And the more you delve in, the more you see this sort of thing is common. So I wouldn't care to comment beyond that. I'm just satisfied my own self that what we saw with JFK was just part and parcel of the theater, you know.
It was done long enough ago that the, you know, it's easier to fake as far as, you know, video and stuff like that. Not everybody had a cell phone and stuff like that.
Yeah. Who knows what we're dealing with here, the extent of the theater that it is, but it seems to me pretty extensive anyway. It didn't just start today or yesterday. I mean, Pearl Harbor was faked for me and beyond. You know, so who knows?
What do you mean by fake? Pearl
well,
Harbor
staged, fake? Yeah. Staged.
I mean, there really were ships sunken and stuff, kind of like the buildings.
There was really buildings that fell down at 9/11. It don't mean that 2 planes hit it.
So there was fakery involved, in other words.
Yeah, of course, all the way through it. If the Titanic was faked, then there you go. You're right back at 1900 then. Keep going.
The insurance scams are frequently involved in these things, you know. Yeah. So maybe I wonder what there was probably the same at Pearl Harbor. I bet you some insurance companies made out big time on that somehow, or somebody did from it. Insurance.
You can be sure of it. Yeah, you can be sure of it. Look at how many. Well, I mean, World War II connects to World War I, and again, you always have to have your fakery goggles on, no matter what is presented to us. Dell talked about Dresden.
Agreed.
Dell talked about Dresden, Pete. So once you get beyond the first layer of World War I, you start considering about Hitler being the good guy versus Churchill and the likes. And then you get into Dresden and you hear about the horrors there and that we don't hear in the history books. But Dell brings up the big point. A lot of the photographs look photoshopped. And are we dealing with just another layer of the onion, you know? And again, it's difficult to know, but that's one thing you need to carry around with you at all times anyway, and have that front and center when it comes to investigation. Is, am I being fucking fooled here? Am I being tricked? Am I being deceived? Is a story being told to me? Because you don't want to be fucking wrapped up in someone else's nonsense. And there's plenty, they always leave plenty of those little trails lying there for you to find, you know. And as you're investigating new territories or new lands, yeah, you're going to go with what's laid out for you, you know. It's the easiest path. You don't know which else way to go. But again, they're well seasoned in all this stuff. And you're dealing with Machiavellian plotters and schemers and planners, and they think they have every move covered anyway, but they don't have truth on their side, you see. So.
No, they do not have truth on their side. I agree. Look at this shot from the ISS. What a joke. Everyone knows it's a submarine in flat Earth.
I think I see the curve.
Caved water, Dave. Go on, please.
Stop lying,
The
Pete.
first
I know
bloke
you're
that brings me a picture of caved water, I'm done.
That's all they have. They just say, no, I see curve. A picture of a flat
caved
thing
water.
like that. They say, no,
Just
I
because
see
they
curve.
write it down doesn't mean it exists. Caved water. Oh yeah, caved water.
This is a smoother descent than expected, coming in at 17,000 miles per hour.
Oh, just a bit. Yeah. This is your captain speaking. We've just lost the safety canoe.
Houston, we have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's a stupid saying, though. But I think we had it long before the movie ever came out. Because that was a real... Didn't they say it in real... when it was really going down?
What?
Or maybe you weren't around when they had Apollo 13.
Oh, Apollo 13.
But I seem to remember something about it on TV. You know, they had to give reports and shit and create this drama. And I think that's where
I just love their drama.
Houston, we got a problem. But I'm not sure. It's that Mandela thing, you know? That's all the Mandela effect is bad memory.
Exactly. It can all be set up, right, Mandela? I don't care what anyone says, it can be set up.
Yeah.
It's not something that makes me think, you know.
It's Occam's razor, Pete, and you, more than most, will realize that a magic trick has certain components to it.
Mm-hmm.
And by perfecting those different components, you're able to more efficiently and consistently fool any audience. But there'll always be people in the audience or, you know, fellow magicians who are in on the trick and know what to look out for.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like when you see a David Copper or whatever your favorite magician is. Who is
I rip it apart.
Right, exactly. But some will be more of a challenge to you than others.
Oh yeah, of course it is.
The ones you admire the most
In that face.
astound the most.
Sorry,
End of the day,
Houston, we have a baby.
you still realize at the end of the day that you're dealing with trickery here, you know, no matter how complex
Yeah,
it
that's
is.
all.
And who is your favorite magician, actually, Pete? Did you like Paul Daniel?
No, can't stand him.
You never liked him growing up?
Arrogant man. So I had a friend say he bumped into him in Scotland, in Aberdeen Airport, I think it was, or Edinburgh. Asked for his autograph, and Paul Daniels told him to fuck off.
Right.
And I'm sure he said he was with his child. His child, not Paul Daniel.
Yeah.
But he don't live far from me, actually. Doncaster, he's in Doncaster.
Yeah.
He's not my favourite now.
Yeah, okay.
Mine are magicians you'd never have heard about. Let's see if I can find a quick one.
What about, while you're looking for that, what about Darren Brown? What did you think of Darren Brown?
I liked Darren Brown at the start. Then I realised it wasn't... well, he is a magician by trade, actually.
Yeah.
But it wasn't magic I was watching. It was just neurological programming.
Yeah.
And I was going to be an NLP. I was going to do NLP. I really liked that thought of reading people's mind, but then it dawned on me, you're not reading the mind, you're suggesting shit to them without them knowing, and then they say your suggestion.
Yeah.
Totally different from reading someone's mind. That's forcing them to say something.
It's a confidence trick.
Yeah, it's but he does a good job of it, right?
Of course he does.
That's a push. In psychic terms, that's a push. And from that movie, Push.
Oh, yeah.
I never saw that.
That's, and then the trilogy by Isaac Asimov had the mule. He was the ultimate psychic that could push anybody. And
towards an answer.
He ran the whole place because he was he could push anybody with it. Had the strongest mind or whatever. It's a weird concept. But you're saying there's guys that really do it to make a living, kind of. They put a thought in people's mind and then say what it was.
It's neuro-linguistic programming. It's hinting.
It exists. It's a real thing.
Sort of subliminally influencing, and a combination of sleight of hand and magic, and you know, it's sort of all sorts of things shown But I put him in the same category as Ricky Gervais as well. And of course, Ricky Gervais, well, he still is worldwide famous now, but he signed some sort of deal with the devil, I guess. Pete, you might put it that way. And of course, he has done many shows now. Taking his animal show is just one that springs to mind. He's a big evolutionary man and a big science man as well. And yeah, pushing that aspect of it. But yeah, Darren Brown, I was interested in him for a while, but these are all procedures, and these are all almost sciences at this stage. The ability to fool people, you know, and this is how they've come this far, by sleight of hand and neuro-linguistic programs, subliminal imaging, and etc., etc. And well, I think they're after a meeting full stop now. I mean, there's no going back now, because we're after seeing through their techniques. So, you know, again, it's like I can't stand to watch Penn and Teller now, or pretty much any magic, because the magic has gone out of it, you know. And now I know that I could pretty much solve any magic trick, just given enough time and interest, you know. And my son's mum, Pete, always trying to get her to look into 9/11 media fakery, you know what I mean? But Dynamo, you know Dynamo, he's a pretty good magician. He puts off a big show, but she was amazing at figuring out the tricks. She'd just go, well, he's after doing that like that. I said, why the fuck didn't you look into 9/11? Or why don't you look into 9/11 hoaxery? Because if you can spot and see through the magician's trick so easily, you'll definitely be able to do it with something so in your face as 9/11. But sure, that wasn't meant to be. But yeah, I can't really stand to look at it anymore, because behind the scenes, you know, and Penn and Teller, or the likes of them, tell you themselves that when they're preparing a trick, that it might only take a minute or even less on the television screen. What you don't know is there a big team of people behind the scenes working for 6 months or something like that, kind of designing, devising, perfecting the trick. And that kind of changes everything as well, you know.
Well, I've seen too many lies. I've seen through all the shenanigans, and there are a lot of them. You know, the deeper I went into this, the easier it becomes to see stuff. It does. I see numbers, I see images, I see esoteric symbols. Not just these numbers fall into dates and birthdays and occasions and Guy Fawkes, and maths is all around me. People want to say, you know, we're crazy, we're paranoid, and it's because we smoke pot. Oh my gosh, you know. The best part of all of this, Pete, is, right, when I started this journey, I absolutely thought I knew everything. You know, even when I was shaken by the fact I realized I wasn't spinning, which triggered all of these stuff, I still wasn't prepared for that day when you said to me, nobody died in 9/11. I still wasn't prepared for it. I'm telling you, Pete, I was not prepared for it. But after learning everything I know, it's more than possible. I'd say 95% possible that nobody died on 9/11. I can't believe I'm even saying it, Pete. But after going through Boston bombings, you name it, Sandy Hook, 7/7 England, the plane crashes, you know, Captain, we too low, all this, you know, Captain is something wrong.
Brussels, Germany,
all of it. And then you got the wars, the Titanic, Stonehenge, even the pyramids, mate.
Yeah.
And I know Dave freaks out at that. Pyramids punch, really? What about the Aztecs? What about the Incans? These people could have just stormed all over the jungles hundreds of years ago, built these things, and then left them for jungles to grow over them to be found later on in like 100 years' time, you know?
Which people, I mean, you say these people, who did
the
that?
builders. Who else?
Oh, these
Who else
Mason
could
building
build
guys?
pyramids? The Masons.
Okay.
Everything's a pyramid, right, Dave? Everywhere I look, there's a bloody pair of hands making a pyramid. Hitler did it. They all did it. All the emblems.
Where's Hitler's pyramid? I never heard of this.
You've never seen Hitler's pyramid?
No, but I wanted to mention if David Icke wrote about how all the bad shit about Churchill. He's got a whole
Churchill was a cunt.
chapter
It was
in
all
his book
cunts.
about Churchill being a cunt. Yeah.
It's all of them.
And raised from a family like he's that's a pretty weird story he tells there in that book. It's called The Biggest Secret. I read that book. David Icke. So yeah, the pyramids, I don't care. I mean, I'm not going to go out on that limb as far as you guys, but I definitely
I know you're not, Dave. I mean, that's fine, mate.
I hear what you're
But
saying.
there's Hitler's hand sign. You go, Hitler's pyramid.
Okay.
What's his daughter called? Angela.
Angela Merkel.
That's the one. They're all doing it, lot. Oh, is even Terry doing it, lot?
Wasn't Arnie's mom hooked in with some Nazi dude too? Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, you don't get to be a celebrity unless you're one of their children. It's that simple. I don't give a what country you live in.
Yeah.
Steve Irwin belonged to the Australian branch of this family.
Upside down triangle. That doesn't look good.
Yeah, especially when your president's doing it.
Trump does it?
Talking about my generation.
He's very genital oriented, isn't he, this Trump?
Well, I don't know. He could be a she for all I know.
Yeah.
Absolutely. According to everything being backwards, he totally is a she.
His daughter Ivanka is. I'm convinced. Yeah, I'm happy that's a male.
I just
born
don't
male.
agree. Everything is backwards. It can't be. Just enough. Only enough. That's my theory. Whatever it took.
Was that Terry May? It is Terry May. Look at that. That's a bloke, man. Come on, look at that.
I'm looking at the shoulders and I'm thinking bloke. I am.
Have you ever seen a women's volleyball team?
Yeah, they got some big shoulders. But she don't play for fucking volleyball team. That's the problem. Her volleyballs are between the legs. I don't know. I honestly don't give a shit. Like if Oprah's doing it, Trump's doing it, Hitler's doing it, and I'm sure you can go right back in time. Look, she's even Heil Hitler in there. Look, we've seen them all doing that. Look.
You know, it turns out that the pledge
Maybe she is a volleyballer. Look, Dave. Maybe I was wrong.
Pledge allegiance to the flag. And when my dad was young, they used to do that Heil Hitler thing to the U.S. flag, but Hitler ruined it for us. He took it away.
The Bush family are from Germany and Austria, Switzerland.
So that's actually an American thing that Hitler took. Or whoever. Not Hitler, but whoever did it. Who was that white woman?
Who's the guy in the middle?
Still, I'm having that one.
Everybody's wearing them.
Oh gosh.
I don't recognize the guy in the middle, but we know who the others two are. And even Putin himself, I think, is a clear replacement. If you go back to younger Putin, they're different men. So again, anything becomes possible, Pete, and you just have to sort of go, I believe something's possible. I'm not going to go beyond that, unless I care. But yeah.
Wave at somebody. You might be the Illuminati.
Oh, it's Nimrod who does it, isn't it?
Is that the lion from Wizard of Oz? No.
If I were the king of
That's good. What the fuck is that, actually? It's not coming through clear on my screen either. Maybe like an Indian man.
It's called the Black Prince. Where's it gone? Probably something to do with these guys. Conrad Murray. What's he from? Conrad Murray, 9/11.
No, he's the guy who, another actor in the Michael Jackson. He was the doctor, I think, of Michael Jackson. So he went to prison.
Yeah, Conrad Murray, that's right. You're right, yeah.
Wow, Uncle Sam Baphomet. That was a weird comparison.
Well, it's there. There's no doubt in it. It's there. The long face, the goatee beard.
And the star on the forehead.
Mm-hmm. The lapel of the hat, you know, the lip of the hat becomes the ears.
Yeah.
Anything missing is the horns, unless you count the edges of this.
Yeah, if you count that head.
There, you count that as it. It's there.
So what do they say that gang sign even means? Tenting your hands downward like that.
These double hands like this. There, look. Don, 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 don. It was all involved in it. Look, they all did it.
Oh no! Even this guy, is that Abe Lincoln? No.
Hidden hand. Look, but look where he's hiding it. Maybe they do it different over there.
Where is it? The current Pope doing it?
I'm going to find it in a minute. I'm going to find it. Where does it come from? Where does it come from? Where does it come from?
These days?
It could be a big zero. What about a big zero?
No, it's not a big zero.
It's a Taurus.
You're trying to do a big zero. How would you do it? I think everything goes back to the big zero, Pete.
That's not a zero. It's a diamond triangle shape. I don't know. Where are we? Oh yeah.
They're trying to figure out how to battle Nightbot in the chat.
Stonehenge.
You still haven't found out what that symbol means? I could look it up and text Mars's book if you want me to.
I've already found it. It's here somewhere. These people used it. That's right. Just as they slaughtered people. Yeah.
Wrench for Drain Man, I suppose, Pete.
Yeah, 1 second. Oh, there you go. These are the people I'm looking for. These are the people that use it. They look familiar to you, Pierre.
Hey, is that a henge?
Yeah.
All them beards and fucking headdresses. Where are we?
Yeah, so these witches rebuilt Stonehenge to have their, or built it from the beginning to have their little rituals inside back in the 50s. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. Where is that picture? Usually I found it by now.
All these pagan practices are still in play because they do carry real power, you know, the power of intent. And again, we're in a different realm, you know, and we have to take different forces into consideration. I think these people certainly take these things seriously. And the great power behind the power of belief, you know, when you can get masses to believe something, anything becomes possible.
Mm-hmm. By the rivers of Babylon, Nope. Where is I not to? Sign of the pyramid. There you go. It's not a big zero. It's a fucking pyramid.
According to that book. But I'm sure it means something upside down versus right side up and straight out at you and all that, don't you think? Inside out.
It's the same.
Showing you one eyeball through it. That's a whole nother thing.
Who is that? Illuminati Rex. You know what I mean? Disney's doing it. Prince of Darkness is doing it. Johnny and Leo are doing it. Bill's doing it. Baphomet's doing it. The Rock. Oh, look, there you go. There's your favourite fucking English cunt face.
WC?
Yeah. I got brought up thinking he was an hero. Turns out he was a fat fucking pig, innit, Pete?
That's Churchill.
You're right. You're right.
It was his victory sign. Churchill and his victory symbol. Now we call it throwing up the peace sign.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ain't no peace in that sign.
Probably shouldn't be doing it. It's probably some kind of programming here.
And even Johnny did it. Usually it's popped up by now, that picture I'm looking for. Dick ins. It's always got a cock joke in it. It is though, isn't it?
Supposedly they're really into that in the Skull and Bones and all that shit.
They do like their puns, yeah. If you're ever curious about whether a story is a hoax or not, well, look at the Orlando nightclub. You have Dr. Lube treating Angel Colon in a gay nightclub shooting massacre. You know, so these are clues there. They do like their puns. And you have to squeeze a dick in here and there and everywhere is a common practice. So I'm going to shoot off, guys, and I'm going to keep listening in. So it was nice talking as usual, and we should speak later.
All right, mate.
Okay.
Bonsoir.
Take it easy.
It's a war on for your consent. Well, I do not. Oh my gosh. The Beatles never existed. Oh, don't wind me up.
No one died. The Beatles never existed. How do you explain all the recordings if they never existed? in the live shows.
Oh no! By that, it doesn't mean they never existed. Just they never existed as we thought of them as a band. Someone else wrote all the music. Someone else told them what to say. Therefore, they didn't exist, right? They were just made up and played by actors.
I see what you're saying. Okay. But I have a feeling that they could play the music and did.
Well, only makes them musicians, right?
I mean, you know, but you don't have to have written the music to play.
That's right, Dave. You can play music, right?
Well, not really, but I mean, yeah, you see what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
They're just covering songs that, you know, but they have to get
Someone
used
else
to
wrote for you. You're just taking the
working
credit.
together like that. It still has.
Yeah, you're doing karaoke.
They had their guy, their George Martin, that created the overall sound for them. Like if they were just playing as a rock band, it wouldn't have sounded like that in the record. You know, it would, they had to be heavily produced.
Talking about my generations.
They did it with stereo recordings, though, I think, back then. Or something. They didn't have very many tracks to deal with.
See, Armando always says, why is he touching his heart and why has he got two fingers up?
Two?
Yeah.
2 fingers and a thumb. Supposedly, I heard this one story where if his fingers are making like the 666 sign, that's 3 rings of iron flowing, you know, because your blood is made of iron.
Right.
Or something. And then it creates a magnetic field. And supposedly in this guy's diatribe, then that you could use that to change like the taste of wine, or like you can make beer go flat. And he says that's just that people were in the old days, kings, when they were looking for their like court magician or whatever, they would have a contest to see who could take crappy wine and make it taste good, like a magic contest. And supposedly these guys that knew that trick of holding your hand a certain way to get the rings of blood in a certain configuration that makes like the south pole of a magnet, I think is what it did, because you can do it with a magnet too. And that would turn the wine to taste good in this guy's story. I mean, I did try it with the south pole of a magnet, and you could make beer go flat, and it did change the taste of wine. So there may have been something to his story. Is that Solomon's seal, or somebody else's?
That looks like the Irish residence yesterday from the palace, the main complex, and the road came out to another building.
Yeah. What was it called in the description?
I can't remember. What that?
That
seal
circle
of
with the
Berith.
yeah, that
The seal of Berith.
Berith. Huh. Is that like a religion, Berith? No.
Supernatural demon warden, whatever that is.
Wow. Oh, what are those letters? THBERI. Huh. That is a weird looking. Oh, that's it. That's their name, Berith. Oh. Pretty cool. A family of magicians, huh?
Mm-hmm. Whole load of Copperfields.
Supposedly there's like a county building or grounds or something in like Tennessee.
Right.
It's built to the Seal of Solomon or something. And I used to follow this guy Freeman that would
Freeman Fly.
He had a podcast, and he went and visited this guy in, I think it was Tennessee, Nashville. And the guy he visited is a known, already has his own like books and stuff. I forget who it was, but That's how I was hearing about this Seal of Solomon, probably, I guess.
Well, they're all Freemason fucks. Bash Prompt, Red's Rhetoric, all of them.
And then you're stabbing in the eye every time you tell people that the world is flat and stationary.
They don't like that. They don't like you going around telling people that.
Goes against their
They
whole
want,
game.
they want to keep getting paid, Dave. They want to keep poisoning people. They want to keep murdering people. They want to keep hating children. Not on my watch. If I'm a watcher, then it's not happening on my watch.
Well, I mean, it's pretty hard to cover the whole plane at one time and make sure they're not, or underground, and make sure they're not doing their sacrifices and shit. But around, right in your vicinity, you're not standing for it, or wherever you hear about it and stuff. Because it's pretty prevalent, I'm afraid. Maybe it's just a couple guys that have really a lot of power. I don't know. Doubt it. I doubt it. It's a network.
No, I think you're right. It's a couple of guys. Heads of each family.
Yeah.
Maybe 10 most. 10 to 20 most families. The rest of it takes care of itself.
I don't know. I think they have to shoot off their jets a little when it starts to fall out of orbit, I think, from time to time.
What? The space station?
Metaphorically speaking. No, this hidden hand or whatever that runs this shit. Like, they let it be organic so it's believable, but they also set it up as a lie to begin with or whatever. But then sometimes if it gets out of hand, don't you think they take evasive action or whatever? That's still all organic too.
Yeah, but they can't take evasive action now. They're fucked.
There you go. I mean, they're obviously going to try. They're not just going to roll over. They've got all the weapons and shit.
Well, what about them?
Well, I'm just saying they're going to try some evasive tactics. I don't know what they are, but it'll be the same old playbook, no doubt.
Well, if they do, just imagine what's going to happen to them when the rest of the world wakes up. Imagine what the rest of the world's going to do to them. Right? What the show happened to Gaddafi and Saddam will be fuck all compared to what happens to them. I'll tell you. They start fucking taking the piss.
Yeah.
There won't be a fucking underground bunker deep enough. Mankind will build a boring machine to fucking dig them out. They'll use their own technology against them.
There you go.
As soon as you find one of the fucking vents that they got to breathe from, woo! Drop that Ebola in there.
Yeah, go straight to the biological warfare.
Yeah, exactly. Ebola doesn't exist, but whatever you've got, drop it down there with them.
Ebola. Yeah, that was another scare thing, right? We're all gonna die from that Ebola shit.
Yeah, shite. No Black Plague, ever. People look at me like, what? They had the Great Fire of London. Yeah, do you know when the plague and the Great Fire of London was? No. It was in 1666. And it 666 and also on that date, Isaac Newton invented gravity. Just coincidence, Punch. Get it.
Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead.
Yeah, bring out your dead. Ring a ring of roses. Pocket full of posies.
You know that Monty Python one where the guy's not dead yet? They're trying to put him
I'm not dead yet.
They're mocking it for you right there.
Yeah. They've mocked all the way through.
That's their job, to mock. That's what Monty Python was good for. Did you ever watch the movie Trading Places that Aaron Rousseau made?
Yeah.
And then you've heard of the story about the Rothschild dude won a huge stake in the English stock market, or the Bank of London or whatever.
Nathan Rothschild.
Yeah, because he had a spy.
Like the Battle of Waterloo.
Horse. Yeah, from that battle. And then he faked the outcome, pretended like it was the opposite outcome, and everybody started selling their shit real cheap.
Yeah, he got his guy to buy French stock, and all the English traders saw his guy buying it on the sly, and they all decided to sell as much English stock at the cheapest price they could to buy French stock, and then he bought up all the English stock and won the market over and over, and that was that.
And then the Bank of England even became indebted to him. I think it got really bad for everybody. He really made a huge chunk there, I think. I don't know, but anyway, the plot of Trading Places, they do that. That's what they do. With the orange futures.
Yeah, they swap.
They fake
they fake the buying of it, so it's worth a fortune.
And they put those guys out of business.
Yeah.
The former bosses, metaphorically played by the Bank of England.
All on a quick lie.
Yeah.
People are stupid.
A con.
Yeah.
But that's probably Rothschild thinking or whatever is, you don't just use the spy to like make a little bit more. You friggin' turn it into a whole show and make a giant killing.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking big, But that's kind of at the expense of everybody else. I mean, there should be limits for this sort of thing, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. It would be cool if someone did that to the banks and then said, "Oh, you know what? We're going to change this whole central bank situation here, take them out of the loop," because it's just like a parasite on the economy. That central bank, and I think the Bank of England or whatever was the first one, probably, and they are charging the United States taxpayer to print the money.
Yeah.
It's not just a printing charge, it's interest on the actual
usage charge, yeah.
When they created the money out of nothing to begin with.
Yeah. They created the money out of you.
Like they just print as much of it as they want, apparently. They're
apparently
the US Federal Reserve is the only bank that's allowed to do that on the plane, according to one thing I was reading. And that's why they have to whenever there's a war, they're trying to protect that interest. Other countries, like maybe Russia or China, would try to, or Iraq, or Gaddafi in his country, Libya. Is that right? Yeah, Libya. He was going to start his own bank, according to what I had was hearing.
Buy gold.
He had gold stored up
Mm-hmm.
to start a Bank of Africa. And he had just finished a water project paid in cash to Halliburton. I think he hired the same guys that came in and bombed it for him later on.
Exactly.
It wasn't even that long after it was completed. They completed it and then started bombing him instantly and stole all the gold. First, they got him to pay the money legitimately for a couple years, 2-3 years. Then after he was done that way, then they just came and killed him and took the rest of the gold.
Yeah.
That's the version I heard. I'm sure it's not the official version, but that's how my cosmology has it. Possible theoretical history by me. Because they don't tell us the truth, so you got to make it up yourself. Or get some information to make it up or whatever, if you can. So anyway, if they could take over to get more power than the bank, then they could do that, get rid of them. But Rothschilds apparently didn't get that much power. He must have come to some agreement with them. Probably just takes a percentage of their winnings or whatever.
Hmm.
That's supposedly how he got rich too, the Rothschild clan. One of them was a banker for a king, and the guy's all, here, hold this money for me, and then give it back to, and it'll collect, like an interest, and then when you give it back to me, you have to pay the interest. And then, so Rothschild, and he told him to invest it in X place, and expected X interest back after it was done. But Rothschild took it and invested it in a much more lucrative investment, I forget what, and killed it, made tons of profit for like 3 years, and then, eventually had to give him the money, the initial money back, plus that interest, that low interest or whatever it was. So he was like buddies with the king or whatever to have done that. Or somehow buddies or business associate anyway. The king trusted him somehow. May have been a prince.
Then he sent him 2 tailors who sold him the most expensive threads in the world.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt that.
Mhm.
They had built in France, the Rothschild palace or whatever is huge, right?
Yeah.
Like the guy spent more money than kings building that thing.
Yeah, because they had all the money.
Yeah. Via these type of deals that I've been talking about, mostly according to this book and movie called The Money Masters by Bill Still. You ever come across that one?
No.
Yeah. He's still at it. Bill Still. He's a researcher, writer, and that Money Masters was so popular that people made like a timeline on the internet that you could, of the salient points of the book and movie, like in a visual timeline form, so that you just as fans, because it was so much information that he had dug up, because it goes all the way back to how money was started, all the way up to the present and shit. I think it was like a 3-hour movie or something. And he talks about when the first goldsmiths got into the business of storing people's gold for them, because it'd be a safer place to keep it and stuff like that. They figured out after a while that people didn't usually come back and get the gold very often. They just left it with them, and so they figured out that just writing the receipt was the same as money. So that was how they invented fractional reserve banking. Because you could keep like $100 of gold in your safe, but you could lend out 1,000. You could put $1,000 of these receipts, these fake receipts, into the economy.
Mm-hmm. Promissory notes.
Yeah, but they're a lie. They're not even. They made it up because they don't really have that money.
No.
It's a fake document, really.
Fiat currency.
Yeah, fiat. Yeah, that's what they call it, fiat, which means fake.
Yeah.
And then they call that usury, because some shysters figured out a con that we're all going along with for some reason, some unknown reason that we go along with it. Just because that's the way it is. It's always, it's been that way. We're used to it. Yeah, and he goes all into the American history of the central banks there, because that's where the Federal Reserve came out of the United States. But it's still from the Bank of England anyway. It was those guys just working their little kingdom shit over in the States. And there was a guy, oh God, what was his name? Gouverneur Morris. There was a supposedly pretty influential guy that got one of the founding fathers. He was his understudy, and he was a lawyer type of guy and stuff, but probably from England, and a guy from an agent basically from the Bank of England, and that's the guy that he influenced. Started the first central bank in the United States right after they were formed as a country, and it went out a bit. You know, people are like, "What the fuck?" And it went out. It kept going. The thing went down a few times before they got to the IRS. Is the point of the story. There was one. The Jackson killed it the last time before it sprang back up again. Started as the Aldrich Bill, still got shot down in like 1900 or whatever, and then 1913 is when they changed the name to the Federal Reserve Act, and then they had their little vote during Christmas holidays. For some reason, Congress wasn't shut down. They left it open by accident. They left the engine running when they went back to Christmas vacation. Came back from Christmas vacation, and there was a new law in town, already signed by Woodrow Wilson. At least that's the story from Bill Still, anyway. I paraphrased it, but that's... They call it sine die when you're supposed to shut down Congress. I remember that part of the movie. Because it's like Latin or some shit. And because they interviewed this guy, this expert guy. But that same guy predicted that we'd be done by like 1997. That's how old this movie is.
Oh.
Like the way things were going, these guys, these economists, they couldn't imagine it going much past like the late 90s. But they didn't account for the computer thing to happen, I guess, because that changed everything. That pumped so much into the economy. It's unbelievable. But somehow they didn't do sine die when they left the Congress for that Christmas in 1912, I guess it would be. But 6 guys or something, or maybe even less, stayed back in Washington. They didn't, or they lived there all the time or something. And they just went into the office and said, "Hey, all in favor, say aye." Okay, the ayes take it. And it was legal, supposedly. But Colonel House was the guy that put Woodrow, or I don't know if he put Woodrow Wilson, but he was his his guy, his advisor that had him there to sign that sucker, right out of, the second that thing was passed. I'm sure Woodrow Wilson was there to sign it. Yeah, let's give this third-party private company, let's put them in charge of the country, because we don't really want to take care of it ourselves. They're in it for the money. That sounds good, right? No one's going to care about that.
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
He's just actually in the CEO, basically.
Yeah.
That's what we've got. Not presidents, not prime ministers. We've got CEOs.
Yeah, the corporations are... maybe they run the banks. The banks are corporations. So another octopus tentacle. Banks are always corporations, right? Or are they? They're never privately owned. I guess you could. Could you start your own bank? Probably not. Huh? They'd roll right over you. That's kind of what credit unions are supposed to be, though, not corporations, just credit unions, like for the community. But I'm not sure if they're tied in with the Federal Reserve or not. You guys have credit unions in England?
Yeah. Can't remember the name of them now.
Woohoo! The sun came out. It's been raining all day. Is that baby flipping off a bird? Flipping the bird off?
Yeah.
That's not healthy skeptic. That's a different baby.
Yeah.
His was pushing a cheek in or something, or thinking that's what it was. His was
Winking.
The Green Man has a wrench now. Once someone has a wrench, then another wrench guy can't remove them, right?
No.
Is that right?
That's right.
But I seem to remember hovering on my own name and I would have been able to remove myself. What would that do?
I don't know.
Why would that even be a possibility? Why would you want to remove yourself? I guess sometimes people get mad or something and they want to leave and they could do that. You know how that, like, remember the forums when people would like storm off sometimes? This is it. That was the last time I'm ever going to post on this forum again, that type of thing. And then they would like take their username and shut it off or whatever. Maybe it's for that kind of thing. For people who want to storm off and cut all ties. It's funny how you could spend months or even years talking to people or someone, and then within like a half-hour period get so mad that it could just all change, and that would be the end of it. The emotions can really make you do some stuff. All right. So plains, totally flat, state of Kansas, totally flat, floodplains of the great Mississippi, totally flat. How can all these plains make a sphere, a spherical globe? How can all these plains make a spherical globe? The top of the lake, totally flat, totally flat. The top of the Mediterranean Sea is totally flat, totally flat. Top of the great Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, totally flat, totally flat. How can all these plains make a ball? How can all these plains make a ball? A spherical ball. The salt plains are totally flat, totally flat. That's under the ocean. Totally flat. Totally flat. Top of the ocean. You know it's got to be totally flat. How can all these planes make us globe spinning around the axis and the sun too? How do all these planes make a sphere? Shout out to the chat. It's totally flat. Carl Stenbeck. It's totally flat. Totally flat. Been taking pics. Totally flat. Millennium Man, Drain Man 2. The Awakening. And Poncho Pete.
Wow.
I'm wondering how can all these planes make a spherical globe? Sound of your own wheels. Whoops, wrong chord. Sound your own wheels. Don't let the soul. Don't let the sound of your own wheels drive you crazy. Lighten up, you still can. Don't even try to understand. Just find a place to make your stand. see. It's a girl I know in a flatbed going down to take a look at me. Come on, baby, don't say maybe. I gotta know if your sweet love is gonna save me. We may win, we may lose, we may win. We'll never meet again. Well, I'm running down the road trying to loosen my load. I got looking for a lover who won't blow my cover. She's so fine. Take it easy. The sound of rolling wheels make me crazy. Oh, baby, don't say maybe. Gonna say maybe. Well, I'm running down the road trying to loosen my load. I got a load of trouble on my mind. Looking for a lover who won't blow my cover. It's so hard to find. Take it easy. Take it easy. The sound of rolling wheels make me crazy. Come on, baby. Say maybe. Your sweet love is gonna save. My mama told me when I was young, come sit beside me, my one and only son, and listen closely to what I say. And if you do this, it'll help you some sunny day. Maybe something love is understand. Baby, be a simple man. Won't you do this for me, son, if you can? Forget your lust of the rich man's gold. All that you need is in your soul. You can do this if you try. What I want for you, my soul, is to be satisfied. Be a simple kind of mind. Will be something you love and understand. Baby, be a simple kind of mind. Won't you do this for me, son, if you can? Oh, don't you worry. You'll find yourself. Follow your hearts and nothing else. Do this for me. At least you should try. 'Cause all I want for you, my son, is to be satisfied. And be a simple kind of man. Or be something you love and understand. Baby, be a simple man. Won't you do this for me, son, if you can? Won't you do this for me, son, if you can? You'll find yourself. Follow your heart and nothing else. Do this for me. At least you should try. 'Cause all I want for you, my son, is to be satisfied. Satisfied and be a simple kind of man. Or be something you love and understand. Baby, be a simple man.
No reason to get excited. The thiefy kindly spoke. There are many here among us. Think that life is but a joke. You and I, we've been through that. This is not. Let's talk not falsely now. Let us not talk falsely now. Hours getting late. All alone, watchtower. Princes kept you. While the women came in
Shit, I do it every time. The king is gone, but he's not forgotten. This is the story of John Rotten. It's better to burn out than it is to rust. Hey, hey, rock and roll can never die. There's more to the picture than meets the eye. Hey, hey, my. Off of the ball and into the flat. Off of the ball and onto the flat. The heliocentric model is gone. It needs to be forgotten. It's better to be stationary then flying through space. When you're off of evolution's version of this place, it's better to be stationary than flying through space. When you're off the ball, evolution's version of this place. When you're off of evolution's version of this place, the heliocentric model is gone, needs to be forgotten. Heliocentric model is gone, needs to be forgotten. It's better to be stationary than flying through space. It's better to be stationary than flying through space. Mike Mickerson test. Has anybody seen Mike Mickerson? Just nod if you can hear me. It's better to be stationary than flying through space. Wrote a song about it. Like to hear it? Oh, I already did it. I actually only wrote the words. That's from Neil Young. Hey, hey, my, my. It was far enough away that there could be no possibility of any kind of copyright strikeages. I don't think Neil Young ever played a ukulele. Oh, he probably did, but he never put out any albums with it, I don't think. He can play the guitar and harmonica simultaneously, though. That's quite a feat. Just Tone can do it. Separate your mind in different one category for singing, one for playing, one for hitting the drums, bass drums, cymbals, snare drum. You can't be in space. There's nothing in space. Space is empty, the empty part of a field. My version is that what's outside our container of air that holds our air in is not, it's probably not even a place you could go inside while you're in your body. So it's not something that we need to spend a lot of time on figuring out exactly what it is or isn't. It's just kind of irrelevant because there's already so much going on inside here with the air where we already have where we are type of thing. Purely physics, yeah. Physics. Physics. And physics is physics? Or physics is correct, right? Or is it incorrect? It's partially correct. It's definitely correct. It has to be. But isn't physics where they have this idea of the Big Bang and the black holes and particle beam accelerator, but the God particle. Punches over. Okay. Pseudoscience is the God particle. Okay. So long, Ben. Taking pics. Going back to taking some pics. Took a break. Now she's going back. I should take a break. Studio. I wonder what's going on today. Today's Friday, March 17th in my clock, my part of the plane. Most people, it's March 18th, probably. Or maybe not. New York City, let's see, add 6 to 14. 20, that's under 24. So it's still March 17th in New York City. So we all agree it's St. Paddy's Day. That's what it is. That's what's happening. But in Ireland, see, it's not even St. Paddy's Day anymore. So what should we do? Maybe that's why we're not hearing from Carl, because he's in Boston and they take that place. That's pretty serious stuff over there, from what I understand. A lot of Irish in Boston. Fighting Irish. Probably Vikings. That's supposedly where red hair comes from, is the Viking bloodline. According to my dad's research, anyway. Photons do not exist, according to Felix Sam. Felix I am. F-E. We could just take the first 2 letters and call her F-E. Flatter Sam. Dark matters, it's like gravity, sort of, because it's something that they, to make up their equation, to make their equation balance, they invent this factor in their equation, basically, and say it's real, or theorize that it could be real, so they could spend a bunch of money on it. Or so they say. Gingers are psyop. That means people with reddish hair, I think, right? Or does that all the way? Where do you draw the line on a ginger? Would be my question. How much toward the brown are they before they're not gingers anymore? I think it's a recessive gene, but I'm not sure. The blue eyes is supposed to be recessive, and the red hair too, I think. Sci-fi. It's a sci-fi. I used to love sci-fi. Imaginary stuff. I still do like it. I finished reading my last sci-fi book was not that long ago. Somebody had suggested it was the best sci-fi book ever. can't try to remember. Childhood End, he said. And I read it. Childhood End. I wonder who wrote it. It was, I think it was our man Arthur C. Clarke. Let's see. Childhood End. It was a good book, but I don't know if it was the best science fiction book ever written. I don't know where that guy got that sort of description. Yep, novel by Arthur C. Clarke, 1953. British author, Arthur C. Clarke. He's probably Sir Arthur C. Clarke by the time he died, although he did live in Sri Lanka there at the end. The story follows the peaceful alien invasion of Earth by the mysterious overlords, whose arrival begins decades of apparent utopia under indirect alien rule at the cost of human identity and culture. See, that's one person's version of the story. Clarke's idea for the book began with the story Guardian and Angel in 1946, which he expanded into a novel in 52, incorporating it as the first part of the book Earth and the Overlords. Completed and published in 53. Childhood's End sold out its first printing, received good reviews, and became Clarke's first successful novel, according to Wikipedia. But all you have to do is go, yep, science fiction was totally fake, and then you can enjoy it. There's no possibility that there's any, like you used to be able to think, yeah, outer space, yeah, that's going to be happening. Something like that might really happen or whatever. But now you can just go, nope, that's all pure fantasy. The way it ought to be. Actually, I mean, it's probably sacrilegious to even be thinking about doing it, flying around out there, and that the sun, Earth goes around the sun. So if you're writing stories where that's the plot, it might not be that good. Probably would be bad. And just people living on balls in general is kind of where science fiction comes from, I think. I mean, yeah, where we get, that's how they help sell the idea. They created all these other places where people were able to live on balls in science fiction world. Made it perfectly reasonable that we must be on one too. And childhood. That's what we need to know about Arthur C. Clarke. But I also read that he invented the geosynchronous satellite in one of his stories. Which the Hirouchi satellite or whatever it's called is supposed to be there. It's geosynchronous. I wonder if it'd be okay to look at the hilarious satellite picture on Poncho Pete's channel. Some people don't like looking at the fake pictures. They think I'm seriously looking at them like they're cool. But, oh, there it is. Actually, I don't think I have the ability to show this to. Maybe it shows if I talk. Let's see. Yes, I think it is going to show if I talk. Okay, so. I'm playing the latest animation from the Harari, or whatever it's called. See if I can pronounce it. These things come out every. Wait, this is from the 17th. Yeah, that's today. Right. Actually, for them, it's yesterday. Here's their simulation. It's supposed to be actual photographs. That's supposed to be actually the. See how the clouds moved and shit. So they got to make one of these things every day. But it's always the same exact part of the globe because it's geosynchronous. Here it comes again. Like that's really what the sun does. That little circle. I mean, that's how it would be on a globe in their 3D projection, I think. Let's see how much time that passed. It went from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. That's a whole day. Well, how could 9 hours be a whole day? It's weird. Japan Standard Time, see? Huh. There you have it. Proof pot. This is actually what some of your perverts will tell you is proof of the ball right here. This is your proof. Nice piece of graphic art is your proof. That satellite's able to just take those pictures, keep everything in frame. It's geosynchronous, but everything's flying at, how fast would it be flying at out there? Thousands of miles an hour, guaranteed. But yet, it's all, and then the signal comes right back. Even though everything's flying through space, how would they even know how to, and rotating, how would they even be able to plan where to pick up the signal when it got put back to Earth? If there could even broadcast a signal that strong. From, how many miles out is it? Let's see. Well, it doesn't seem to give any information on where they took the picture from. It actually says reset the position of the graphics. I mean reset this factual image this from a camera. Hilarious. They're talking about actually the lines when they say the graphics, though, which they really are. It would be graphics, even on this. What's going on? It's 13, no, 15, 13. Okay. Larry has his hamburger shirt on. He's been to Sturgis. Long sleeve. Must be cold out there. Actually, I could use a long sleeve shirt right now. It's I'll give you a temperature report. Great Scott. It's 69 degrees inside here. St. Patty party. See one of the musicians there? $58 versus 69. 58 is the more colder. That's with the heater on? Holy shit. $58 with the heater on. He's gonna drink some Fireball and mix it with tequila. And Larry feels sorry for the toilet. Yeah, it's cool in Michigan. But Larry said law. Larry said law. And I don't know if that's allowed, 'cause it gets too cold in Michigan. Felix wants to know what the weather is in hell. It's Hell, Michigan. Or is it, was that MI? Is that Michigan or is that Mississippi? Or is it Minnesota? Is it me, M-I is Maryland? No. M-I, what do they take? The first letter and the last? In that case, it would be M-N for Michigan. Minnesota would be M-O. And then there's also Missouri. That might, actually, Missouri is M-O, I think. I wonder if they can make it any more confusing. It used to be FLA for Florida, and now it's just FL. I don't know if it's always been HI for Hawaii. I don't know what else it would have been. Maybe they had 3 letters. If it was 3 before, it would have been maybe HAW. I don't know if it was. Maybe they never had a zip code because they didn't become a state until the 50s. And they just started. I don't know. Now I gotta look that up. California used to be 3 letters too, I think. Now it's just CA. Might have been CAL before. Well, Michigan was always MI, I guess, huh? They couldn't take it back once they had it issued. Western states. The Western states. Everything west of the Mississippi. Everything south of the Mason-Dixon line. There's a baby flipping a bird out the window of the ISS. There's a baby in the sky flipping us a bird. Newsflash. This just in from the ISS. There's a floating baby in the sky. Gonna put on an iron shirt. Chase the devil out of Earth. Put on an iron shirt. Chase the devil off of the Earth. The flat Earth is flat. You live in an illusion. The Earth is flat. Living in an illusion. The Earth is flat. And I'm wearing a hat. It says right on the front, that Earth. The Earth is flat, and that is that. I'm wearing a hat, and it says on the front, I'm gonna put on an iron shirt, chase the devil out of the earth. I'm gonna put on an iron shirt, chase the devil out of the earth. Earth is flat. It's a plane. Stationary, brah. The ocean is flat. Luminaries are moving through the sky as viewed from a stationary plane. Rock and roll is here to stay. The earth is flat, and that is that. It's better to be stationary than flying through space. And rolls here to stay. As soon as I start doing a dramatic reading of the chat, they stop chatting. What the hell is going on here? Better to be stationary than flying through space. My, hey. Yeah, I could use a beer, but the beer store is not that close. Plus, it's too early, so. Oh, you don't want to interrupt the uke playing with the typing. I see. I probably wouldn't have been watching. No, I think I was. I can see the chat move. If it moves, then I might look at it. Trying to get hold on me. She's black magic woman. Stop it, Henry. They're selling postcards of the hanging. They're painting the passports brown. Beauty parlors full of sailors, and the circus is in town. Here comes a blind commissioner. They've got him in a trance. One hand is tied to the tightrope walker, and the other is in his pants. And the riot squad, they're restless. They need somewhere to go. As Lady and I look out tonight from Desolation Road. Cinderella seems so easy. It takes one to know one. She smiles and puts her hands in her back pockets, Betty Davis style. And in comes Romeo, he's moaning. You belong to me, I believe. Someone says you're in the wrong place, my friend. You better leave. And the only silence left after the ambulances go is Cinderella sweeping up on Desolation Road. Now the moon is almost hidden, and the stars are beginning to hide. The fortune-telling lady has even taken all her things inside, all except for Cain and Abel and the hunchback of Notre Dame. Everybody's either making love or else expecting rain. And the good Samaritan, he's dressing, getting ready for a show. He's going to the carnival tonight on Desolation Road. Ophelia, she's neath the window. For her I feel so afraid. On her 22nd birthday, she already is an old maid. To her, death is quite romantic. She wears an iron vest. Her profession is her religion. Her sin is her lifelessness. And though her eyes are fixed upon Noah's great rainbow, she spends her time peeking into Desolation Road. Einstein disguised as Robin Hood with his memories in a trunk. He passed this way an hour ago with his friend the jealous monk. Now he looks so immaculately frightful as he bummed a cigarette. And he went off a sniffing drain pipes and reciting the alphabet. You would not think to look at him that he was famous long ago for playing the electric violin also keeps the cards that read, have mercy on his soul. They all play the penny whistle. You can hear them blow if you lean your head out far enough on Desolation Road. You can hear them blow. They all play the penny. Across the street, they've nailed the curtains. They're getting ready for the feast. The Phantom of the Opera, in perfect image of a priest. They're spoon feeding Casanova to get him to feel more assured. Then they'll kill him with self-confidence after poisoning him with words. And all the phantoms shouting to skinny girls, get out of here if you don't know. Casanova's being punished. Casanova's just being punished for going to Desolation Road. Across the street, they nailed the curtains, getting ready for the feast. Phantom of the Opera in the perfect image of a priest. They're spoon feeding Casanova, getting to feel more assured. And they'll kill him with self-confidence after poisoning him with words. And the phantom shouting to skinny girls, get out here if you don't know. Casanova's just being punished. Wait, Casanova's just being punished for going to Desolation Road. Casanova's being across the street, they've nailed the curtains. They're getting ready for the feast. Phantom of the Opera, the perfect image of a priest. They're spoon feeding Casanova to get him to feel more assured. And they'll kill him with self-confidence after poisoning him with words. And the phantom shouting to skinny girls, get out of here if you don't know. Casanova's just being punished for going to Desolation Road. At midnight, all the agents, the superhuman crew, come out and round up everyone that knows more than they do. And they bring them to the factory where the heart attack machine is strapped across their shoulders, and then the kerosene is brought down from the castles by insurance men who go check to see that nobody's escaping to Desolation Road. So singers laugh at them, and fishermen hold flowers beneath the windows of the sea, where lovely mermaids flow, and nobody has to think too much about Desolation Road. Yes, I received your letter yesterday about the time that the doorknob broke. When you asked me how I was doing, was that some kind of a joke? All these people that you mentioned, yes, I know them, they're quite lame. I had to rearrange their faces and give them all another name. And right now I can't read too good. Don't send me no more letters, no. Not unless you mail them from, not unless you mail them from a desolation road. Right now I can't read too good. Don't send me no more letters, no. Not unless you mail them from Desolation Road.